Hey,
Hey, yep, testing. There it is. So testing 1, 2. Hey, yep. 1, 2.
Testing. Podium mic check. That sounds better. There we go. I don't think we're going to blow anybody's ears out in here.
Just 1, 2, test.
Yeah.
1, 2, test. Hey.
Say something. I could say that. Yeah, that's a good way to. He is on the line. Kathleen, you can hear?
I think Amber.
We got it under control.
And then I'll draw it. Right, I think you have.
Could be better days for days. Gary, how are you? Fantastic. Amazing how fast it looks up there. Yeah, yeah. You don't have to. Yeah, there's a. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Had a hard time. I don't think it's-
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tim Murphy, calling the meeting to order. And if you will, join me, mute your cell phones. Good way for me to remind myself. As I shared with the group last night, it's truly always a pleasure for the commission to be here in Lewiston and Nez Perce County. And I see some folks that are here this morning that spent the evening at the public meeting. Thank you for prioritizing your time. It's important subjects. And as I said again last night, everybody in the room, it's not lost on us that you've got plenty going on at home and at work, and that you have prioritized your time to participate in protecting, preserving, perpetuating, and managing Idaho's great wildlife resource. Thank you. And those who've joined us virtually online, welcome. And we'll proceed here. By way of roll call, the commission members will introduce themselves, starting to my left with Region 1.
Yes, I'm Dave Bobbitt, Region 1.
Greg Cameron, Region 4, Magic Valley.
Ron Eber, Region 2, Clearwater Region.
Derek Atterbury, Region 6.
Tim Murphy, Region 3 Southwest.
Jordan Charette, Southeast Region, Region 5.
Ron Davies, Region 7, the Salmon Region.
Thank you, commissioners. Are there any changes to the agenda, commissioners? Hearing no changes to the agenda, we'll proceed on to agenda item 1. And as is our practice, agenda item 1 being review of public comments, I'll turn to Director Schriever, who will review the comments received at last night's public meeting. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, public here in the room and those attending virtually. Well-attended public meeting last night, although I believe I lost the over-under bet. Love to see the public here. We had a variety of comments last night, and in my summary, I'll just take them by issue rather than by person. So describing the 11A refund issue and whitetail management in general in the Clearwater region as a combination. 5 folks spoke to that. I won't spend much time on that. It is an agenda item purposefully put on this agenda in Lewiston to address these concerns in the home region. We had numerous comments related to turkeys, 2 related to urban depredation here in Lewiston proper, 1 related to rural turkey depredation and broader issues related to forest ecology as a result of turkey depredation in rural Idaho, and especially this part of the state. And 1 comment suggesting that the commission review their previous decision not to allow turkey outfitting on public land, including national forest. I think that's probably something the commission should consider or reconsider thinking about that position related to the comments and the status of turkey in this part of the country. 2 comments from the Game Bird Foundation, mostly highlighting the success that they have in their programs, most importantly with youth in the community, and the relationship that they hold fondly with the agency, both Region 1 and Region 2. 2 folks commented on proposals for changes to wolf seasons for the commission to consider in the 23 season setting process. And then a few comments, I lumped them in the fisheries category. 1 comment on the desire to have the Clearwater River anadromous hatcheries water supply, both quantity and water quality, addressed. I would say that that is something that is on the governor's radar as a result of his salmon and steelhead work group process that he held previously. Another request to understand what the projections for A-run steelhead for next year would be. And then a comment critical of the recruitment of some trees as largemouth bass habitat in Spring Valley Reservoir. One comment on the access program, specifically the commission's large tracts access program related to potlatch deltic land. And I think an assertion that it is because of the commission's access program that the roads, some of the roads are being closed on potlatch to ATV trails. That in fact is reversed. I think the decision to close those roads is an internal business decision of potlatch deltic in managing their land so that it's not adversely affected by public recreation. The public recreation is provided through the large tracts program through an agreement that the department forges with these owners of large tracts of forest land. So it's a stipulation put on that agreement at the request of potlatch to allow the public to utilize their ground for recreation, that they have the ability as that private landowner to dictate where the public may use or not use full-size vehicles or off-road vehicles as they participate in recreation on those private lands. So it's not a result of the agreement. It is a result of that company, that private landowner, describing the conditions that they want on their property and then opening it up for public use. Appreciate that it is different than the public was accustomed to for a long time, but it is the model that that company and other companies are employing when they invite the public back on their ownership to recreate. They're asking that that be done more responsibly for the issues that they have on their property. And they are the ones that stipulate that in the agreement that we then enforce, or else there would be no public access on those grounds. So appreciate the opportunity to address that. An update from F4WM on the reimbursement for wolves taken, reimbursement of costs associated with wolves taken in seasons set by the commission through our agreement with priority established for places where their wolves are having long-term chronic depredation impacts on livestock, and also in places where the department recognizes our elk are below objective. A nice update from Justin with some comments about some changes that were made in the reimbursement schedule this year that look like the funds allocated through the commission, by the commission through the Wolf Depredation Control Board may last significantly longer than they did in the first year of that program. Mr. Chairman, that is the summary of the oral comments last night. We also received 5 written comments, of which 3 supported public testimony last night, 1 from the Game Bird Foundation, 1 from the Flying Bee on outfitted turkey hunting on public land. Mr. Sickles provided us with a written review of his proposals for wolf season changes. And then we got another comment on the status of forest grouse and a comment on some very thoughtful comments on CWD management and how we engage with the public. Mr. Chairman, that's it from me.
Director Shriver, thank you very much, and also for providing context around some of those comments. Appreciate it. Our consent calendar items, that's both minutes and financial, are before the commission, and they'll be adopted unless there is an objection. So I'll look to the commission. Are there any objections? Okay. Hearing none, we'll proceed with agenda action items. The consent calendar is adopted. First item up. State Wildlife Action Plan for Commission Adoption and State Wildlife Action Plan. You'll hear the acronym SWAP. There's a lot of alphabet soup, and I'll try to spell those out as we go along. Thank you. Rita Dixon, State Wildlife Action Plan Coordinator. Are you presenting?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, Rita. Thank you.
Right here. What's that? Okay. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Shriver, and Mary. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to present to you the summary of our public comment period. And so I'm going to start by just kind of going over what I plan to talk about this morning. And to start with, our staff have completed a comprehensive review and revision of the 2015 State Wildlife Action Plan, or hereafter SWAP, as I'll refer to it. And I hope that's probably going to be the only acronym. We presented an earlier draft to you during the July 22 commission meeting of the newly revised SWAP for you to give us the go-ahead to release for public comment. We then held a 30-day public comment period in August, and we released or announced the availability of the plan via a news release on the department's website, as well as targeted stakeholder emails throughout the state of partners and other interested parties that were relevant to the State Wildlife Action Plan. We also gave stakeholders in the targeted emails an option of requesting a coordination meeting with us during the public review. So today, I plan to summarize the comments we received, identify the elements of the draft plan that were modified as a result of the public comments, and present the final draft to you for consideration to approve as final. Where am I supposed to aim this? Am I pushing the wrong button? Isn't it the middle one? It's not advancing. Okay. So before we get started, I would like to review our timeline. And as you may recall, we also held a virtual coordination meeting in June in advance of your July commission meeting that included state, federal government, local government, and tribal partners relevant to our State Wildlife Action Plan revision. At that time, we gave advance notice to these stakeholders that we would be holding a public comment period in August. So this brings us to where we are today in November with this commission meeting. Okay. Yeah, it's working a little too well. Okay, so during the public comment period, which we released the 1st of August, we asked respondents whether they generally supported the plan with concerns, did not support the plan. We also asked which state they were a resident of. We provided them with a narrative box underneath the specific comments, and we received 88 comments through the web portal on our website, and an additional 10 comments that were submitted directly to the agency via email. We also provided the option to targeted stakeholders in the emails we sent out that they had the option to send an email to us asking for a coordination meeting if they wanted to have a discussion about the State Wildlife Action Plan. And as a result of that, we only had one request for a coordination meeting from the Idaho herpetologists. So I held a one-on-one meeting with their representative to discuss issues with the swap or things they wanted to provide input, and they subsequently provided it in written comments as well. So next, I'd like to summarize the results we got from the general comments that we asked. Out of 88 respondents, 33% generally supported the plan, 53% supported the plan with concerns, 12 individuals or 14% did not support the plan. And I would like to note of the comments we received that did not support the plan, most of those were individuals that submitted comments that really had no relevance to the actual plan. They were either complaints about the agency, the commission, or just wanted to have a voice to express what they wanted for hunting, fishing, or access, or other comments. So they really didn't have any direct relevance to the plan. So as you'll note, if we take the two support categories together, most 86% supported the plan. Of all the comments we received, they represented respondents from 9 different states, but as you see, most, over 88%, were Idaho residents. So next, I would like to summarize the key themes we received in support of the plan, or our favorable comments. So respondents found the plan well organized, clear, comprehensive, and readable. They felt like it was a timely update in the context of Recovering America's Wildlife Act. There was general concurrence regarding the State Wildlife Action Plan species list, which includes both species of greatest conservation need and greatest information need. So in my presentation, I will largely refer to those collectively as SWAP species. They also felt that our SWAP species list helps frame other lists, for example, the federal agency lists such as the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, which maintain their own sensitive species lists. Also, we got favorable comments on using ecological provinces as a framework for organizing our State Wildlife Action Plan. Next, people were appreciative that we framed the main sources of knowledge uncertainty. So you've all had the plan to review, and for species of greatest information need, there are 3 categories of knowledge uncertainty: taxonomic, distributional, and ecological. So people appreciated that we covered those, and we also gave examples of each, as well as identifying the primary source of uncertainty for some of the species. They also appreciated the skillfully crafted habitat descriptions with robust botanical representation of the characteristic plants that occur in each of the habitats. People were happy to see that we incorporated climate change. Also, we got comments on the recognition of value to all of the State Wildlife Action Plan. So in particular, that conserving species of greatest conservation need is also provides value to sustainable hunting, fishing, and trapping. And that was noted in our comments. Also, we got comments on the importance of private lands conservation and the recognition of fostering relationships with farmers, ranchers, and landowners. We also got comments saying that in the plan, it really promoted working relationships with our stakeholders. Next, I'd like to talk about some of the concerns we heard about during the public comment period. So to go back to the favorable comments, one of the comments we got was people appreciated that we included plants, but the flip side of that was we didn't include enough plants. So there were people who wanted to see more plant species of conservation or information need. They also felt we got comments that we had an inadequate description of ecological condition of habitats or landscape integrity of the provinces, the overarching provinces that we talked about, the ecological provinces. Some felt that there was a lack of geographic context. They wanted to see more site-specific information on challenges and actions. Some felt there was a lack of specificity in the plan, and by that, some of the examples given were that they wanted to see more specific and measurable recommendations and actions, as well as more species-specific actions. So as you'll note from having reviewed the plan, we generally took a pretty high-level approach to identifying actions. Some felt that, again, if we go back to the favorable comments about climate change and an appreciation that we incorporated climate change, we also heard that there was not enough emphasis on climate change or habitat loss in the face of these two growing threats. We also heard that we failed to acknowledge the conservation role of wildlife sanctuaries in the state and rehabilitation centers. I need you to, thank you. We also had feedback that some challenges were missing from the plan, and they gave some specific examples such as lead poisoning, light pollution, noise pollution, some others. Some felt that we had an unnecessary deference to industry. Another concern was that the actions, everything in the plan is voluntary. And we were clear about, that throughout the plan. So some felt that having voluntary actions, they were concerned about potential implications if these actions are not implemented. We also heard from some that the goals of such a significant undertaking as the State Wildlife Action Plan were not outlined to all stakeholders ahead of the effort. That is, they felt that there was inadequate outreach and coordination, and asked in the future for more meaningful stakeholder input. We also heard that a 30-day public comment period was not long enough, and some wanted to have a much longer period. So next, I'd like to just describe some of the changes we made as a result of what we heard from the public. So first, just basic clarifying, technical edits and elaboration where needed. We removed some of the redundant language. From the botany community, they really wanted to see Idaho-specific common names for the plants. So we had used a national database for both common and scientific name of plants, and now we're going through and getting the Idaho-specific common names that are more familiar to the Idahoans. We also heard that the appendix that has habitat associations for both species of greatest information need and conservation need, they wanted to be able to identify which ones were which at a glance. So we have gone through and annotated that to note which ones are species of greatest information need, so they don't have to go back and forth to the tables that have each. We also, based on comments from the Idaho botanical community, they're more familiar with scientific names of plants, and that's what they use in their work. So we created a new appendix with scientific names of plants ordered alphabetically. So we have one for common names, one for scientific, and that way it serves everybody. We also changed the status of two existing species of greatest conservation need and one animal. So we added 3 new species. We clarified that multiple information needs exist for some species of greatest information needs. Some of the comments were that, well, you list one, but many of them have more than one. So we clarified language to show that we were identifying the primary knowledge uncertainty for each species. We also explained our process for transitioning a species from greatest information need to greatest conservation need. If we get information that indicates it's really a species of greatest conservation need, and that would happen through a minor revision of our state wildlife action plan. We also describe plans for enhancing the existing species pages on the Idaho Department of Fish and Game website. As you'll note, this plan is a lot shorter than our 2015 State Wildlife Action Plan. And we also heard that people appreciated that it was shorter, but at the same time, the compromise in doing that means that we can't include everything. So we dropped the 200 and some page appendix we had in 2015. That's what people call the species pages. And that turned out to be one of the things people valued the most. So what we've done in the plan is explain that we will be updating the existing pages and enhancing them to include the information that we included in 2015 to serve all of the users that really rely on those. We also enlarged and improved the resolution of the habitat maps to make them more readable. We added the state ranks or S ranks. Those are the conservation status ranks for each of the habitat descriptions. We added additional challenges and conservation actions based on things we heard from. For example, pathogen spillover from managed bee colonies that threaten native bumblebees. We also added some additional invasive species that some noted that were missing. For example, in particularly relevant to the Clearwater region are spotted knapweed and yellow star thistle. So we added those and described what they do as problems. We also added additional species-specific actions for plants. We described plans to coordinate with the forest industry, the particular woods workers who are on the ground, and we're going to be doing a fair amount of outreach to the forest industry and working with them on best practices and helping them use the plan and give them the information they need. We also added a section in the monitoring chapter called Conservation Success Stories that outlines some of the successes we've had through implementing our past plans. So next steps, with your approval, we plan to make final technical edits and submit to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Regional Review Team for review in January 2023. That concludes my presentation. I will remind you, this is an action item. Your gold sheet includes a sample motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Rita, very much. Questions? Just one of the first comments. This was well organized, clear, comprehensive, and readable, and I thank all of that. I read every page of it. I'm not a technical person. I think you rendered it to the point where it's so useful. Thank you. Great strategic document. Well done.
Chairman, we approve the 2022 Idaho State Wildlife Action Plan and authorize the department to submit the final draft plan to the U.S. Wildlife Service for regional review, team review.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you again, Rita.
Thank you.
Okay. We have two items that John Rochelle, Chief Wildlife, will be presenting. First is reduced price and second non-resident bear and mountain lion tags, followed by falconry sage grouse tags. Thanks, John.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the next several items have to do with commission discount order authority. I will take the first two, and then I believe Michael Pearson will follow up with the next couple. The first one on the docket here, agenda item 5B, is the discount order for non-resident black bear, mountain lions, and wolf tags. Idaho code authorizes the commission to discount tags for specific species, units, areas, zones, or gender of that species to encourage license sales or to encourage hunting, fishing, or trapping. The commission has discounted non-resident black bear, mountain lion, and gray wolf tags in certain units for years to encourage additional harvest of these species where predation has been identified as being a factor limiting performance of elk populations, or in the case of wolves, where they're causing livestock depredations or other conflicts. Just for a little historical perspective, the commission has discounted black bear and mountain lion tags continuously since 1999. Gray wolf tags have been discounted since the second wolf hunting and trapping season held in 2011. And again, the purpose of that discount is to encourage non-residents with a reduced price so that they would be more willing to pick up those tags if they were coming to Idaho for a deer, elk hunting opportunity, or specifically to hunt one of those species in the areas where we have the greatest desire for additional participation. So based on a finding of biological need and public desire to encourage participation in hunting of mountain lions and black bears in certain units, and in the hunting and trapping of wolves statewide, the department is recommending continuing the discount order applying to non-resident fees in units I will specify. So staff is recommending a discount of non-resident tag fees for mountain lions and black bears to $41.75. For your reference, an undiscounted non-resident black bear tag would cost $231.75. The mountain lion tag would be $204.50. So our recommendation is to discount them in the units I'll specify here in a moment to $41.75. We're also recommending the continued discount of non-resident tag fees for gray wolves to $31.75 each. And those reduced prices are inclusive of the vendor issuance fee. So specifically for mountain lions, we are recommending the discount actually for mountain lions and black bears of either sex apply for units 4, 4A, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 16A, 17, 19, 20, 20A, 26, 27, 33, 34, 35, 36, and those portions of units 21 and 28 within the Frank Church River and Oak Return Wilderness. The discounted recommendation for non-resident gray wolf tags of either sex would apply in all units statewide. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation on recommendation of the discount order for non-residents.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, any questions? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion on discount order for non-resident black bear, mountain lion, and wolf tags.
Mr.
Thank you. Chair.
I'd move that the commission discount non-resident tag fees for mountain lion and black bear to $41.75. It's as recommended by staff, and for gray wolf to $31.75 for use statewide.
There's a motion before the commission. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, John. You can proceed with the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The next item of 5C has to do with the recommended discount order to apply to sage grouse tags used by licensed falconers. The legislation was enacted in 2021 that added sage grouse to list of species that required the purchase of a game tag under Idaho code. This was a revised version of commission-sponsored legislation brought to the commission by the department as a recommendation to enable us to better regulate sage grouse harvest and distribution of hunting activity around the state and allow us additional flexibility to modify that pressure directly in response to biological data collected each year. At your July meeting, you did set the sage grouse tag limits by zones based on that spring lek data and required that hunters purchase specific tags for the zone they wanted to choose to hunt in. The tag limits set would allow hunters to purchase 1 or 2 tags for that zone for the season. The commission will intend to follow up next year after we have the 2023 spring data to set tag limits for each zone for the next hunting year. Last January, the commission did set falconry seasons for 2022 to 2023 and the 2023 to 2024 season. Those falconry seasons set for sage grouse open August 15th, 2022 and run through March 15, 2023. And then the same season dates the following year, August 15th, 2023 through March 15, 2024. So under Idaho code, game tags assigned to the species are valid only during the period of the time the associated license is valid. So in the case of the sage grouse tags, those are valid by calendar year and would expire. In the past, falconers could purchase their falconry license and a permit validation that would allow them to hunt through the entire length of the season as long as they purchased a license for the following year. But as it stands now, although their season runs November 15th to March 15th in 2023, because their tag is associated with their license, it would essentially expire on December 31. Last year, the commission issued a discount order to enable falconers who had not already filled their 1 or 2 sage grouse tags for the year to turn in their unfilled sage grouse tags to the department, purchase their next year's hunting license, and we then issued them a discounted tag that would be allowed from January 1 through the March 15th portion of the year at no charge. And so essentially it replicated the flexibility they had for that winter season that they had in the prior format when they required a validation. That order expired March 15th, 2022. And so we're coming to you now asking the commission to continue the same format of discount for falconers with sage grouse tags for this coming winter period, January 1 through March 15th, 2023. And then the subsequent year, January 1, 2024 to March 15th. 2024. Just for perspective, we have 164 licensed falconers in 2022. 36 of them have purchased either 1 or 2 sage grouse tags. At this point, we don't know how many of them may not have filled tags or will fill tags by the end of this calendar year. But clearly it will not be very many. But we're asking the commission to consider issuing that discount order as described here in the recommendation, to adopt discount order for sage grouse game tags effective for the winter portion of the 2022 to 2023 season and the 2023 to 2024 season for falconers who have not yet filled their 2022 or 2023 sage grouse tags respectively. Discounted dates would be valid for the 2023 portion of the 2022-23 season. And then the same period of dates the following year for the 2023-2024 season. So that's a lot of years and numbers, Mr. Chairman, but the intent is to accommodate falconers with sage grouse tags during the January 1 to January 15 portion of the upcoming seasons.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, any questions or follow-up? John, thank you for explaining how we have the opportunity to link across 2 calendar years opportunities for the falconers. Appreciate it. The chair will entertain a motion on this action item.
Chairman, I have a motion. I move that the commission adopt a discount order for sage grouse tags for falconry as presented.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, commissioners? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Says again.
Thank you.
Nah. Michael Pearson, morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to continue the thread of commission discount orders. We can take both of these at the same time with one motion if you would like. I'm going to start with the resident senior combo licenses. What the issue at hand is we're asking to renew a discount order for those residents who are senior, who have a lifetime certificate of one privilege of either hunting or fishing. For a little bit of background, we've been offering lifetime certificates since 1985, and since 1976, if you were a senior in the state of Idaho, you can get a combo license, and that's the only type of privilege that we sell that has both hunting and angling on it. As our lifetime certificate owners have aged, we have run into the conundrum where those lifetime certificate holders who are residents who have one or the other who wish to upgrade a privilege. So say they have a lifetime hunting certificate and they want to add a fishing privilege onto it, we could sell them a combo for $11.75. And by doing that, we weren't recognizing the investment that they had already made in their lifetime certificate. So 5 years ago, we came to the commission and the commission approved a discount order so that if you are a resident, had a lifetime certificate of hunting or angling, we could sell you the opposite privilege for just $6. That discount order expires December 31st of 2022. We're asking to renew it for another 5 years so that those resident lifetime certificate holders who have one privilege, either privilege, they can upgrade to get the other for only $6 and not have to buy a combo for full price like any other resident senior. I would like to emphasize that this is for residents only. It does not apply to non-resident lifetime certificate holders, as there are individual privileges available for them to buy if they wish to upgrade. This discount also doesn't apply to any resident adult lifetime certificate holders under the age of 65. So that is the resident senior combo license discount. The other discount order that the department is asking for has to do with Super Hunt. The Super Hunt is specified in commission rule and it has been in existence for quite a long time. And by rule, the default is that those applications would be priced the same as any other controlled hunt application. In order to make the program more effective and incentivize people to buy them, we have had a commission order that has been discounted for years that we're again asking to renew for 5 years to have each Super Hunt application be $6 and $20 for each super hunt combo. And that includes the vendor fee. This has demonstrated benefits for both revenue and customer simplicity. And we see people buying these in multiples, and it's been a great program. The funds by which go towards access in the state of Idaho. So if this was not renewed, for example, a super hunt elk would be $6.25 for resident, $14.75 for a non-resident, and the combo would be $35.50 for a resident and $86 for a non-resident. And so we'd like to continue the program as it is, and continue that discount order for $6 for one or $20 for the combo. And these discount orders have been previously presented and approved by the commission. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about one, the other, or both programs.
Thank you, Michael. Got two action items before the commission for approval, and the chair will entertain a motion on these items.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to adopt both discount orders as drafted.
Thank you, Commissioner Bobbitt. We have a motion, a second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. We'll proceed to a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes again. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Amber Worthington, Deputy Director, will present administrative rules, adoption of pending rules, and legislative update. This is the first item is for an action item. Is that right?
That is
Okay. Administrative rules and adoption of pending rules. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. We are talking about rules again. I wish I could have something more exciting in front of you, but I do not. You have in front of you Chapter 4, which was brought by petition for two different items, both of which received no comments on the proposed rules. One of the proposed rules the commission adopted was to allow reasonable modification for blind or visually impaired hunters, which could include the use of electronic viewfinder or display screen to aid in aiming. The other Chapter 4 proposed rule addressed deer and elk tag allocation for outfitters and general hunts limited for non-residents only. This is where a baseline is to be established based on 2-year verified outfitter use for 2021 and 2022. And that is the higher of the two. Also in your packet are chapters 2, 10, 14, and 18, which we received this year under the governor's executive order for zero-based regulation. Chapter 2 and 18 received no comments on the proposed rules, so I'll do a quick review of those first. Chapter 2 addressed adding authority for shooting range fees and also a requirement for a mandatory mountain goat gender ID test that was first suggested by Commissioner Davies. Chapter 18 addressed rules governing feeding of pronghorn, wild elk, and deer, and was the chapter the department took up in coordination with rulemaking by the Idaho State Department of Agriculture to simplify state regulation of this activity. It required the department to add to or change some definitions and add provisions from ISDA's rules, shifting some burden from ISDA onto the department where regulated activity involves wildlife. Chapter 14 proposed rules governing falconry were modified based on input from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I don't know if you recall, but during the commission meeting in July, we did talk about that we were bringing rules in front of you that we did anticipate the Fish and Wildlife Service would have input to. And they did actually add some comments after we did the proposed rules, after you adopted the proposed rules. So the only changes that were made around that were a clear incorporation by reference of the federal falconry regulatory requirements as applicable to falconry in Idaho. And this is around approval for delegated falconry regulation by IDFG. Finally, Chapter 10. This is the one that did receive quite a few public comments after the proposed rule was adopted. This is the rules governing importation, possession, release, sale, or salvage of wildlife. The department received no public comment during negotiated rulemaking. However, after the rules were adopted by the commission as proposed, staff were engaged by various individuals and organizations around the proposed changes solely concerning captive wildlife and commercial wildlife facilities. Staff met with several interested parties as well as held a public meeting to receive additional input for what is being put forth as a pending rule recommendation. In your rule packet, you have all of the recommended revisions made after considering comments. Some revisions responded to comments without opposing views, while others involved areas where consensus would not be possible. The recommendation also considered areas for regulatory simplification based on the USDA regulation of facilities exhibiting captive wildlife. You have a summary of the comments provided by 27 individuals or entities after our public meeting. The pending rule recommendations include, and I apologize for the long list, but I wanted to be sure to capture them for you all. Changes to clarify points of confusion, incorporate by reference USDA regulations to align Department of Fish and Game and USDA requirements for captive wildlife handling, care, treatment, and transportation for warm-blooded animals. Maintain some existing Idaho requirements, such as the permit requirement for import and transport, and clarify that diseased or parasitic animals must receive licensed veterinary care. Revise requirements around proper housing of animals and to provide flexibility measures to prevent escape. Simplify or eliminate pieces of the rule that serve little purpose or create more burden or that are duplicative of USDA practices, and provide an exemption from state regulation for animal or public welfare activities within USDA licensed facilities, such as public handling or feeding. Fish and game resources are prioritized for matters concerning wildlife in the wild, and that is part of the reason why some of these adjustments were made in the way that they were. There were comments also about public feeding by certain entities, and in order to address the public feeding, we did not put it in the rule. However, to address the concerns and subsequent interactions with animals in the wild, the department will continue the bear aware measures that we already have in place and will encourage the USDA licensed facilities to spread the message within their facilities. So that covers the rules that are in front of you. Staff recommends you adopt this package as pending rules to submit for legislative review. Because Chapter 2 is a fee rule, both the House and Senate must vote their approval before it takes effect as final rule. The remaining rules are non-fee rules and would become final after the 2023 legislature adjourns or sine die, unless both the House and Senate reject them. I can now address any questions you have.
Any questions? None? Deputy Director Worthington, thank you for walking us through opportunities for adoption of pending rules. That was a lot. It was very clear. Appreciate it. Thanks for the prep. Chair will entertain a motion on this action item.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion. So I move that the commission adopt pending rules as presented with authority for the department to make non-substantive edits in the proofreading process that do not alter the sense, meaning, or effect of the rules.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion, commissioners? Hearing no discussion, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Deputy Director, thank you. And other information?
I have one more on legislative updates. Informational only. This is around the process that we take during session to help inform you as well as provide you opportunity for policy decisions or weighing input on any legislation that's actually coming through the House or Senate through session. We don't have any agency sponsored legislation for this year. However, it is responsibility of the commission to provide policy guidance for legislation moving through session relevant to fish and wildlife and other items of interest. So to assist in that process, there are weekly conference calls with staff during session. Those are recommended, and that was previous practice. It is recommended to continue the process from previous years to evaluate legislative proposals and set a teleconference schedule for 2023. It is recommended to direct staff to initiate support work to implement the commission and legislative process. In your packet, you do have a copy of the legislative analysis form as well as the update on what's coming through the House and Senate. Those will be forms that we will provide an update during these meetings. So really, we're just looking for a nod to go forward with that process and get those scheduled. Any questions?
Thank you again. Appreciate it. Casey Posengera, Natural Resource Program Coordinator for the department, will. Pozengra, oh, I'm sorry. And we had breakfast together and I already.
Yes, good morning.
Appreciate it. Minidoka Sportsman's Property Donation, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Shriver, good morning. John is passing out a brief handout for you. For those that I haven't met, I just want to introduce myself. I am Casey Pozengra, the Lands and Mitigation Program Coordinator. Today I have for you agenda item 5E, which is a land acquisition action item. The subject property is located in the Magic Valley region. Property is referred to as the Minidoka County Sportsman's Club. It was previously presented to the commission during the August 31st executive session. It's a 34-acre parcel, approximately 6 miles to the east of Rupert. The current owners are interested in donating this parcel to the department without conditions or restrictions on its future use. Property, as the name implies, was previously used as a sportsman's club. It's seen very little public access over the last 20 years. It's relatively undeveloped, undisturbed, and provides some year-round habitat for mule deer, upland birds, some seasonal nesting habitat for waterfowl, and habitat for many non-game species. This property is in Game Management Unit 53. Some hunting opportunities do exist, primarily for upland birds, including pheasants, quail, gray partridge, and mourning dove, as well as small game. And the parcel does lie within the hunt area of an unlimited controlled archery-only deer hunt. Magic Valley Regional staff would manage this property concurrent with 8 nearby parcels of Bureau of Reclamation land that are currently being managed under an MOA that we have with BOR. Staff estimates that annual operating and maintenance costs would be approximately $1,400, and that fee in lieu of tax payments to Minidoka County would be approximately $600 annually. Lastly, the Minidoka County Commissioners have been notified of this pending acquisition. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions? No questions. Well, we have an action item before us. Casey, thank you. The chair will entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the donation from the 34-acre Minidoka County Sportsman Club property.
Thank you, Commissioner Cameron. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you again, Casey. Following one more action item, Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation report, Hillary Engel. And B, appoint an IFWF representative. Hillary, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Directors. I'm just here to give a quick update on the foundation. We just awarded our competitive grants process for almost $108,000. I won't go through them all. I'm going to highlight that we did fund the Game Bird Foundation, who was here last night. I think this is one of their first grants. So that was kind of a nice getting to meet them. We also funded this year 2 internal fish and game grants, one to Region 4 and one to Region 6. Normally we just do one a year, but both applications really were well supported and we had extra funds. So we did fund those. So you can read all about them here. Next, I'll move on to the wildlife license plate sales. And just for a little background for the new commissioner, we handle the marketing for the wildlife plates. So that runs through the foundation, and then the money is given back to the 3 entities that receive the funds off the plates. So as you can see, we've had a huge increase in the plate sales. We're up about 30%. still holding on to about half the market share of all plates. So we're kind of just holding steady with what we're doing with marketing because it seems to be working. In FY 22, it did result in $1.3 million coming back to the game program within the department. So that is a historic high mark for the plate sales. So we're pretty excited about that. And then other than that, our next meeting is December 2nd. We're just holding that virtually, doing a real quick budget meeting, and I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Questions? Thank you, Hillary.
Okay, I'll move on to my second item. Again, for just some background, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation Board of Directors has an MOU with the department and the commission. Excuse me. The term of the MOU is that the commission will designate a commissioner who will attend IFWIF board meetings and act as a liaison between the commission and IFWIF. This is designated annually in November, and in 22, and actually previous years, the liaison was Commissioner Cameron. So that's a little background. And then we have the motion that's sitting.
Okay. Thank you, Hillary. The chair will entertain a motion on this item to appoint a IFWF representative. Do we have a nomination?
Chairman, I would like to nominate Commissioner Cameron.
Thank you. We have a nomination. We have a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just note that I don't believe that that was a hostile nomination. That's mutually agreed to.
Broken arms there either. Hearing no further discussion, we'll proceed on a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Okay, we have two items under, non-action item 7. One is 2022 big game tag rain check refund update. Michael Pearson, followed by Jim Fredericks, Deputy Director, who will review the 2021 deer tag refunds, Unit 11A. Michael, welcome back to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll hand this out really quick. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to address the rain checks that we have processed through this year as compared to last year. As a bit of background, the commission has provided the director's office a delegation of authority for rain checks and refunds in the interest of efficiency and customer service due to the frequency and nature of those requests. Now, this delegation has excluded rain checks or refunds for antlered moose, bighorn sheep, mountain goat tags, including the license, any controlled hunt tags awarded via auction or lottery, including the super hunt, which we just discussed, and any controlled hunt big game hunts that have drawing odds less than 5% as calculated by the total number of tags divided by the number of first choice applicants. Commission rule provides for how and in what manner we can provide those refunds and rain checks. The item I just handed out, we had quite a few in 2021. The reasons why we get refunds and rain checks, predominantly in terms of refunds, it is non-resident tag refunds. They buy it in December 1st or throughout the year, and then they realize life happens. They can't get time off work. Their dad can't go. Quite often, their spouse is pregnant. They have a medical need, and so they just send those in. And so by rule, it provides a refund for them to say, just kidding, we can't go. And then what we do is we issue a refund on a sliding scale, and then we resell that tag. For rain checks, A lot of those are mainly medical or certain special circumstances, but predominantly most of them are medical, such as they have surgery or again, like I mentioned, their spouse is pregnant. And so when you look and compare 2021 to compare to 2022, we have received 2/3 of the amount of refunds and rain check requests that we received in the prior year. Last year, we had almost 800 total requests. We approved almost 700 of those for about 90% approval rate. In 2022, this year so far, we have received about 550, and we have approved about 500 of them. Majority of them are refunds, and these are just kind of our bread and butter. I can't go anymore. Can I please have a refund? And we process those. And so we still have about 29, 30 pending. We anticipate some more will come in through the end of the calendar year, and about 96%. I also do want to close the loop on the last commission meeting where the commission deliberated on a rain check for sheep hunter. That rain check was not granted because the fire closure, there was still access. And so wanted to close the loop on that one. So, Mr. Chairman, before I hand it over to Deputy Director Fredericks, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chief Pearson, doesn't appear to be any questions. Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
the
sir.
review. Deputy Director Jim Fredericks, review of 2021 deer tag refunds, Unit 11A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. Given the confusion, or at least the uncertainty as to whether there's confusion about the 11A refund, I thought it would be worth just recapping that process and where it ended up. So Michael just described the delegation of refund authority. I'm going to just touch on that a little bit again. Refunds and rain checks on hunting tags, they are a regular recurring administrative process done annually by Fish and Game staff. Prior to 2013, approval and processing of individual rain check or refund requests outside of what was provided in rule required commission action. In 2013, in recognition of the frequency and the fact-specific nature of these requests and the limited meeting time available to the commission, the authority to respond to individual requests for rain checks, refunds, or other customer service accommodations for licenses, tags, and permits was delegated to the director or deputy directors. In January of 2015, that delegated authority was modified, as Michael said, to exclude rain checks or refunds for bighorn sheep, mountain goats, or antlered moose, any controlled hunt tags awarded by auction or lottery, or controlled hunt tags for big game hunts with drawing odds less than 5%. In these cases, the commission retains that delegate or that refund authority, unless those are associated with widespread environmental incidents such as fire or disease, or a life-threatening, a life event of a hunter, such as illness, injury, or death, or pregnancy, as Michael said, which precludes an individual from hunting. So the intent and the outcome of that delegated authority has been better customer service and more timely decisions on tag, refund, or rain check requests. Fish and Game averages about 750 tag rain check refunds annually, sometimes higher, sometimes lower, as Michael said. In some instances, customer accommodations for rain check or refunds are based on individual instances where an injury or family emergency prevents a hunter from participating in a hunt. At other times, access or opportunity is severely limited by environmental conditions, and it can involve multiple hunters. A very notable example of that was the large wildfire in Unit 54 of the Magic Valley region in 2020, when the department granted 352 rain checks and nearly 100 refunds for deer and elk tags. As part of the delegation of authority, the department reports to the commission, as Michael just did, on the total number of refunds and rain checks that were received and approved in the year during the commission's November meeting. So with that background on the delegation of refund rain check authority, I'll summarize the refunds of Unit 11A deer tags in 2021. A severe outbreak, as you've heard, of EHD occurred in parts of the Clearwater region during the summer and fall of 2021. As it progressed, Fish and Game staff and the commission worked to provide information to the public, monitor and evaluate the effects of the outbreak, and respond to hunter concerns. On November 3rd, 2021, Boulder Creek Outfitters requested to Commissioner Ebert consideration for their 11A clients where hunts were canceled by Boulder Creek because, according to the outfitter, they lost nearly 90% or better of white-tailed deer in the last month. So asked for consideration of refunds. Subsequently, the department heard from other outfitters guiding in that area and non-outfitted 11A non-residents as well, expressing the same concerns. So Commissioner Ebert forwarded Boulder Creek's email to the department on November 9th and encouraged the director to accept that request. On November 10th, under that delegated authority, the department offered refunds to non-residents holding 11A deer tags. Of importance, the authorization did not include an offer for rain checks. This was in recognition of the fact that the deer population in Unit 11A had been impacted severely by EHD, and putting additional hunters in that unit in 2022, in other words, just deferring their hunting opportunity until the following year, would not have been consistent with efforts to recover the population. Also of note, the refund opportunity was limited to non-resident 11A deer tag holders, as residents are not restricted to a particular unit. Fall 2021 was also the first deer season where non-resident deer hunters were restricted to hunting in only one unit, which meant non-resident hunters with an 11A tag had their opportunity significantly reduced by the EHD outbreak and no option to hunt elsewhere. Following the authorization, 211 of the 247 non-resident 11A deer tag holders were contacted to offer a refund for their tag only. Tag holders who had filled out a mandatory hunt report or had already harvested were not contacted. Those who harvested a deer were not eligible for a refund. Out of those eligible, 99 tag refunds were approved and processed by the department. The commission was notified at the November 16th meeting last year here in Lewiston that the 11A refunds were pending, but the number of refunds was not available because those non-resident hunters had until December 1st to return their tags to Fish and Game. The refund process was handled in accordance with the commission's guidance document on delegation of authority and consistent with requests for refunds and rain checks in similar situations since 2013. So in addition, I want to talk a little bit about the spring season setting. In addition to providing refunds to the 99 non-residents with 11A deer tags, which likely reduced hunting effort and harvest in the unit, in response to the impacts of EHD on white-tailed deer in parts of the Clearwater region, the Fish and Game Commission made mid-cycle modifications to the 2021-2022 big game seasons previously set in March 2021. At the March 2022 meeting, the department proposed elimination of all extra antlerless white-tailed deer tags in the following hunt areas: 8-1, 8-2, 8A, 10A, and 11A. In total, the department recommended elimination of 1,500 white-tailed deer tags from the 2022 season in response to the losses of whitetails in these hunt areas. These adjustments were done entirely in a transparent process that included extensive public involvement and information on these proposals. The proposals were available for review and public comment via the website from February 22nd through March 13th, 2022. The proposals and comment opportunities were advertised publicly through statewide and local media releases, social media posts, and on Fish and Game's Facebook and Twitter accounts, and on Fish and Game's website. 2 open houses were also held where proposals were presented and discussed with the public. Whitebird had about 35 attendees and Grangeville had about 65 attendees. We received comments from 125 individuals on the proposal to eliminate the 200 antlerless youth hunt, and 82% supported that proposal. We received comments from 169 individuals on the proposal to eliminate the antlerless white-tailed deer hunts in hunt areas 8-2X, 8A-1, 10A-1, 11A-1, and 88% indicated support for those proposals. The commission adopted the elimination of these tags as proposed during the March 24 business meeting. So the one thing that I'll say in closing out is I think some of the confusion relates to the term season setting. You heard last night and elsewhere that the commission didn't adjust seasons in response to the EHD outbreak for the 2022 season. And as I've just outlined, the commission did make adjustments to the seasons by eliminating those extra doe tags. So I think part of that is when we say season setting in the broader context, we're talking about the types of hunts, the number of tags available, as well as the length of a season. So I think others are focusing on the idea of no changes to seasons as no changes to just the general season. You did change seasons by eliminating the hunts entirely. There was essentially no season for those extra doe tags. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Did you receive, Mr. Chairman, receive any requests for refunds from residents specific to 11A?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I am not aware of any requests from residents. And so I've checked with our licensing staff and we did not hear of any. I'm not saying that there wasn't a conversation out there, but we're not aware of any requests from residents.
Isn't that ironic?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, just more of a comment, and I appreciate Jim walking us through and reminding us of the timeline and the transparency that took place. So thank you. Appreciate that for the record.
Director Fredericks, thanks for the clarification and the context. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if you would allow, I have a few remarks on the subject. So I think this is an issue that has considerable history to it, considering the folks who are bringing the issue to bear and bringing the issue into the public eye and to the commission. It's not a surprise to any of you that sit at this table that North Idaho Whitetail Forever have been advocating for less liberal hunting seasons on whitetail deer in the Clearwater region for quite some time, for a number of years. There was a change made to whitetail deer seasons in Unit 10A quite a few years ago, shortening the season by 11 days. The particular group, North Idaho Whitetail Forever, continue to request of the commission considerations for shorter seasons in those units, shorter whitetail seasons in those units surrounding and adjacent to 10A in a move that they believe will improve the quality of buck hunting in general across those units. I think this is one of those examples where the public will make a comment that we're not being heard, we're not being listened to. And it is not that they're not being heard or that they're not being listened to. It is that they're not getting their request granted through the process of proposals and listening and vetting with the public, proposed changes to the hunting framework in these units. So I will reiterate, it's not that they're not being heard or listened to, it's that the outcome they desire is not being implemented by the commission, and therefore there's frustration among those folks and a discussion that we're not being heard and we're not being listened to. So this, I believe, I will conjecture, but I believe that this was an opportunity for these folks to create a narrative that they published in social media quite broadly across the state in order to bring attention to the issue of them not receiving from this board the things that they want. And that narrative, playing on public sentiment, first alluded to the department providing preferential treatment to non-residents in refunding their tags and not considering the concerns for the deer herd or resident hunters. In fact, with the changes this commission made in 2020, further limiting, further restricting non-resident deer and elk hunters to a specific unit or zone, where previously a non-resident hunter who had a whitetail tag could hunt in any unit, during an open season for white-tailed deer and provided flexibility to that hunter, which residents continue to enjoy to this day. The flexibility to hunt in any open season anywhere in the state for white-tailed deer if they possess a white-tailed deer tag. That flexibility has been taken away from non-residents through the limitations this commission instilled in 2020. So these people who requested a refund had no other option or opportunity to hunt deer other than in that unit that they bought that specific tag to. So it's not preferential treatment, it's treatment that is consistent with the limitation provided for that tag. Regardless, there were assertions, and we heard them last night, of nefarious activity by this director, my staff, and the commission, and the words that were used were blindsided, tainted, unprecedented, lack of transparency. And I would just say all this has been quite transparent. All of this is standard operating procedure. The issue of refunds and rain checks is one of customer service. It is not related to season setting. It is not something that is brought to the public to be scoped and asked, do you think, do all of you in this room think that this person who broke their leg should be granted a refund or a request? We have a fire that sweeps across Unit 54, rendering that season unhuntable. We don't open a public process in the time allowed to grant refunds and rain checks to those particular hunters when virtually all of North Idaho National Forest land is closed because of fire. We offer refunds or rain checks to moose tag holders as a matter of customer service. But this issue is conflated into deer management, not customer service, in that this segue from the 11A refund issue is now about the concept of mismanagement of white-tailed deer and a lack of transparency in a season setting process. We set big game seasons for 2 consecutive years. 2022 was the second of 2 years in a regulation framework. This commission, in response to the EHD outbreak in the Clearwater region and the status of white-tailed deer as a result of that, implemented an open and public and transparent process to review the hunting framework for deer, and most specifically white-tailed deer in those areas affected by EHD. We ran proposals through the public. Jim already told you this, but I want to highlight it. We ran all these proposals through the public, transparent, received comments, including comments from members of North Idaho Whitetail Forever, including comments from these very people in an out year for the regulation cycle to consider necessary changes in response to the mortality caused by EHD. We took public comment, staff reviewed public comment, provided that comment to the commission, and you took action in 2022 in an out regulation year to modify the hunt framework through a season setting process. Yes, you did not adjust the length of the season, but you eliminated some seasons for extra doe tags in response to the EHD outbreak and the effect on the deer population. So it is neither nefarious, nor does it lack transparency in any of this process. It has in fact been very transparent. The response to EHD, I believe, was appropriate and measured. We have experienced previous EHD outbreaks of significant magnitude in the past that we have responded to less aggressively than the commission did this last go around, and the white-tailed deer population has responded from those previous EHD outbreaks and has recovered. This is what we do. We heard last night the requests to reopen the 23 deer season setting process so that folks can weigh in again on what they feel are necessary changes to the hunting framework. There will be no reopening of the 23 process. There will be an opening of the 23 regulation process, just like we heard last night, people starting to bring us proposals for wolf seasons in 23 and 24. We will start our every 2-year cycle to engage the public in open dialogue about what management changes might be required moving forward. That happens normally and organically, sometime months before March, when the commission will again entertain your regular biannual season setting process for big game. Those folks and all folks are welcome and invited to participate in that process. In fact, staff have started a month ago with a series of videos on the state of deer and elk in Idaho to help inform those folks who want to engage in the season setting process, what we do, how we do it in a very transparent manner so you can understand, how do we estimate population size? How do we estimate mortality? All of these things are being done to encourage the public to participate in the 23 season setting process for this issue and every other issue related to deer and elk hunting in Idaho. Open and transparent. It was alluded to a PR nightmare. I will say that PR nightmare is self-imposed by the folks who want to make this issue into something it's not, in order to further the things that they want to see happen that are not happening. Mr. Chairman, that's as clear as I can make this issue.
Director Shriver, thank you very much for context surrounding this whole issue. Commission took actions on EHD, on seasons, as you described, and your delegated authority used it well. And I can say we appreciate the public service to those who didn't have options to hunt anywhere else, treating customers fairly. Thank you. I'm going to call for a break instead of 15 minutes. Time without my glasses on. Let's get back here at 20 minutes to 10, 09:40.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Good seeing it. Always. Like you did that last time. No pops for Mark. Yeah, everybody's waiting on you. No. Breakfast from an icy stream. No handouts. Yeah, it was nice. You didn't have the turkey plan to go on, but that would probably be a little bit confusing. If I ended up with turkey plan right now.
Welcome back from the break. Rick Ward, State Wildlife Manager. Will give us an update on a very important subject, chronic wasting disease monitoring. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Shriver, good morning. Thank you. I'll be providing you with an update this morning on chronic wasting disease, and this is a fitting place to do it. It was at the commission meeting last November here in Lewiston that we were notified about the first positive detections of chronic wasting disease in Idaho. So that I believe was a year ago tomorrow. A lot's happened in the last year. I will go over briefly some of that. You were here for most of that. And then I will be talking some about CWD management this year and our sampling protocol and where we're at currently. It's going. Okay. The department's been testing deer and elk for CWD since 1997. And in that time, we've collected almost 25,000 samples. Our sampling approach is defined in the 2021 strategy for chronic wasting disease and includes strategies for testing deer and elk, as well as measures to manage prevalence and the spread of CWD. Our annual sampling areas are shown here in gray. We test these areas every year, primarily because of their proximity to Montana and Wyoming, states that both have CWD in their deer and elk herds. The remainder of the state is sampled on a 3-year rotation, with this year's sampling area shown in yellow at the bottom of the map there. The objective in sampling both the gray areas and the rotating areas is detection of CWD. Sampling is designed so that we have a 95% probability of detecting CWD at a 1% prevalence rate in the sampled population. So prevalence rate just being the proportion of the sampled animals that test positive. The red area is the CWD management zone put into place by the commission almost a year ago. I'll expand on that more in a moment. We're also collecting samples opportunistically from other areas of the state, primarily at check stations and from hunters voluntarily submitting samples. The first two detections of CWD were in mule deer bucks harvested in the Slate Creek drainage in Unit 14 in October of 2021 in that controlled hunt. Once the department became aware of those, when those samples came back positive, we were notified in November. We immediately set up additional check stations to capture more samples of hunter harvested deer and elk coming out of Unit 14. November of last year, the commission established a temporary CWD management zone shown here on this map, consisting of all of units 14 and 15. That temporary CWD management zone is still in place today. The commission also approved and the department implemented emergency surveillance hunts for last December in all of units 14 and 15 and portions of units 11A, 13, 18, and 23. And I'm not going to go into all the sampling strategy that we put into that. We've gone over all that before. But at the end of these surveillance hunts in December, we ended up with a total of 4 positive deer, hunter harvested deer. The original 2 mule deer bucks, 1 positive mule deer or whitetail buck from Slate Creek, and 1 positive whitetail doe from John Day Creek, just south of Slate Creek. So everything in Unit 14. We did not get any positive samples from outside of Unit 14. During this period, we also were collecting samples from any other deer and elk we found, either roadkill or suspect animals, natural mortality. In that time, we actually had 2 animals that tested positive that were both reported to us by landowners. One was a whitetail buck in Slate Creek, died on private property. That was tested, subsequently came back positive for CWD. And a cow elk up near Whitebird that was reported to us from a landowner as ailing. It was ultimately dispatched by a conservation officer, sent to our wildlife health lab for testing. It also tested positive for CWD, as well as EHD and hoof rot. It had a host of maladies. What's most interesting about the elk is the location, and the species. So a couple of things there. Deer are much more susceptible to contracting CWD than elk, so it's a little bit surprising to see it show up in elk, and also the location. All the deer samples were down in or near Slate Creek, with the elk being quite a ways farther north. So where that elk contracted CWD and where it went to while it had CWD, we don't know. So overall, I mentioned we had the 4 positive CWD deer from hunter harvest. Those are the ones we use in conjunction with the overall total hunter harvest from those December hunts to come up with the prevalence rate, or the proportion of animals in the sampled population testing positive. And for mule deer, we came up with a prevalence rate of 1.8%, and for whitetail deer, 2%. In March of this year, staff brought forth to the commission several recommendations for managing CWD in Unit 14 with a goal of reducing the average age of male deer and reducing overall deer densities consistent with our CWD strategy. Commission approved changes to seasons specific to Unit 14, included increasing tags for the controlled mule deer buck hunt from 180 to 380. Adding an antlerless mule deer extra deer tag at 180 tags. and adding extra whitetail hunts for both antlered and antlerless deer at 250 tags each. Commission also approved a small increase in the number of landowner permission hunt tags for antlerless elk in Unit 14 from 50 to 80 and expanded that hunt area a little ways south to capture all of Slate Creek. I wanted to make sure, or excuse me, all of John Day Creek. Wanted to make sure all of Slate Creek and John Day Creek were captured in that to help our sampling efforts. In addition, the commission approved a mandatory testing requirement for units 14 and 15 or the CWD management zone to go into effect in the 2022 hunting season. So over the last few months, department staff have ramped up outreach to hunters to facilitate CWD sampling across the state, including news releases, social media outreach, and direct contact to tag holders, which can take various forms. So this is both within the CWD zone, CWD management zone, and outside specific areas where we want to target sampling. We reach out directly to tag holders, generally controlled hunt tag holders. Letters, we're mailing CWD sample kits so hunters can take their own samples, emails in some cases, trying to get in touch with hunters and make them aware of both our need to collect samples, but also of some of the rules in place in the CWD management zone. I'll touch more on that in a moment. So current status. Across the state, not including the CWD management zone. I'll look at that separately. Our sample season begins on July 1st of each year and goes until June 30th. The vast majority of those samples, of course, come in during the hunting season from hunter harvested animals, which we are right in the middle of right now. So we have 1,294 samples statewide that have been entered into our system. We expect that to continue to go up considerably over the next few weeks. Still a lot of whitetail hunting going on up north, still a lot of later elk hunts going on. Those 1,294 samples come from mule deer, whitetail deer, elk, and moose. Of all those, 1,099 have come back negative. We still have 195 that are pending right now. We expect there'll be several more added to that pending category after this past weekend when we had additional check stations and opportunities for hunters to get CWD samples to us. The good news is there are no positive results from anywhere outside the CWD management zone to date. That's excellent news. As I mentioned before, the commission in March determined that sampling would be mandatory for units 14 and 15. Recognizing that we were responsible and to help hunters get those samples to us, we added a lot of opportunity for hunters to get us samples up here in the Clearwater region. Additional check stations, additional check station days. Something new this year, we were trying our CWD sample stations, generally manned by wildlife technicians that can take the samples from the deer or elk. Hunters, it's a voluntary stop, unlike a check station, which is a required stop, trying to facilitate hunters to get us those samples. In addition, we've put out lots of head barrels where hunters can, and freezers where hunters can stop and leave the head of their animal when they're coming out of the field. And in addition to all that, as I mentioned, we reached out directly to as many unit 14 and 15 deer and elk hunters as we could. Controlled hunt tag holders are pretty simple, straightforward. We can go right to them. General season hunters are a little more difficult. We looked at people who had reported hunting in units 14 or 15 on those general whitetail seasons in the last 5 years, and we contacted them with email. So part of the outreach process is both us letting people know what the rules are within the CWD management zone for carcass transports, as well as asking people to bring us either the CWD sample or the head for sampling. So current status, as of yesterday evening, 537 total samples out of units 14 and 15. You can see the species breakdown there. The vast majority are deer and elk. Of those, 415 are negative. 122 pending. One positive deer that was a suspect animal. It was found dead on private property. It was a whitetail buck in Slate Creek. The landowner took the head, put it in a head barrel, and that one ended up coming back positive. And as of yesterday, late yesterday afternoon, that one is actually outdated. We got a big return from the lab on CWD samples, and we have 2 additional whitetail deer in Slate Creek that came back positive, both hunter harvested. 1 adult male whitetail deer and 1 yearling female whitetail deer. Those were harvested on private, presumably, although we don't know for certain, that by the landowners themselves. So those are the first cases of hunter harvested deer testing positive, or deer or elk testing positive this year. And not to be expected, that's exactly what we expected. And one of the reasons we have increased tag numbers is to try and go after those CWD positive deer. We want those removed out of the population. So this is not bad news. Those deer came out of Slate Creek, which seems to be the hot spot for CWD. So that's what we expected. Not a surprise there. A couple other things I'd like to update you on. Despite our significant outreach efforts to hunters, there's some questions still surrounding how well informed hunters in 14 and 15 are about CWD and compliance as far as carcass movements and mandatory sample submission. And as you saw from some of the numbers, it's really too early to put any hard and fast proportion on that as far as compliance with sample submission for both whitetail deer and mule deer. But we have talked with regional staff and conservation officers about what they're seeing and hearing out there. And it appears we still have some work to do in educating folks about mandatory sample submission and about carcass transport rules. Conservation officers have made over 500 contacts in the CWD management zone specific to CWD in deer and elk. And kind of the overall theme there is that there's a low rate of buy-in from the hunting public, with some hunters not fully understanding the differences between EHD and CWD yet, and not understanding the long-term implications of CWD to deer and elk herds. In addition, the majority of hunters were unaware of the rules surrounding CWD, such as I mentioned before, the carcass transport rules and the mandatory sample rules. And we've seen a few instances of hunters showing up at regional offices with a head of a deer from the CWD management zone, knowing that it needed to be tested, thinking that they would have it tested and they could leave with the head, which they cannot do. So the transport rules include the head and the spinal column. So we ask hunters to bring the head out to us for sampling, but then the head stays with us. We can skull cap those, we can cut antlers off, but they do not go away with the whole head. So there's some misunderstanding there. And one last thing, to a brief update on where we're at with the CWD Citizen Advisory Group, which has now been rebranded the CWD Public Advisory Group at the suggestion of Dr. Wallen from U of I, who's helping us out with that. We met with him just yesterday to finalize some of the makeup of that group. And after some internal discussions, we hope to send out calls for nominations after Thanksgiving to get that rolling. So that's where that's at. And with that, I guess I would suggest stay tuned for more information on CWD samples as they come in. There's should be hundreds more coming in, and we're happy to keep the commission informed on that. I think anytime we get a positive, you all will certainly be informed of that. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, Rick, you said something there that I found very interesting, and it's been the first time that I'd heard it, which is that deer are much more susceptible than elk. Can you quantify that? How much more susceptible they are?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, based on what we've seen from other states, especially states like Colorado that have a long history of CWD, their numbers are, the prevalence rate in deer is oftentimes tenfold over what it is in elk. So I don't think that's not a hard and fast number, not always, but it's of that kind of magnitude.
Thank you very much. For comprehensive update. Important topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tara Reichert and Aaron Roche will present lifetime license overview and analysis. Tara is the automated systems manager and Aaron biometrician at the department.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Schriever. Glad to be here this morning. As the presentation is getting pulled up, my name is on there, but I did really want to highlight Erin Roche, who's here as well. She is kind of the mastermind behind a lot of this data analysis, so definitely deserves a bit of a shout out there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to tell any jokes just to hold the time over, but I will maybe introduce this a little bit and remind or inform you that I've asked staff to prepare this presentation in response to a request that we heard at your July commission meeting in Salmon for transparency on this issue of lifetime license holders. You have to be a resident of the state to purchase a lifetime license. You can subsequently become a non-resident by moving out of the state, and your lifetime license is still your lifetime license for your lifetime. However, as a non-resident, you don't get the privilege of buying tags at the resident price. You buy tags at the non-resident price. However, by rule, you are, as a lifetime license holder, excluded from the limitations that apply to non-residents. For example, the limited number of non-residents by zone or unit for deer or elk tags would not apply to you as a non-resident because you have a lifetime license. So the request, nor do you count as a non-resident when you apply for a controlled hunt. This issue was to the effect that lifetime license holders are now non-residents. What effect, how many tags are they receiving in controlled hunts? So staff has, I think, done a remarkable job. You can make up your own mind after you see the presentation. But I would say that this also popped up unexpectedly, I think, for me anyway, as a requested topic to address in the Joint Resource Committee, Interim Resource Committee meeting, where I presented this information to that legislative body about 2 months ago. Appreciate them preparing it in time for that presentation.
Thank you, Director, and thanks for your patience while we got this pulled up. So this presentation today is really an overview of the Lifetime Certificate Program, and then we'll highlight some unique ways that lifetime license holders interact with Fish and Game, specifically how they obtain their annual licenses and purchase tags. And then we'll kind of look at how they fit inside all of our controlled hunt data. As Director Schriever said, this presentation comes to you from a request from a stakeholder at the commission meeting in Salmon back in July. So hope this provides some transparency on the program itself, the benefits of the program, and then how it fits inside all of our license and tag sales data. So I'll kind of section off this presentation into three main sections, starting with a quick analysis of the certificate program itself, which we'll see in the next few slides. We'll dig a little deeper into lifetime certificate license holders that get annual licenses each year, and then we'll dig into that controlled hunt data as well. So the lifetime certificate program was created by the legislator in 1985. This program allows any Idaho resident the opportunity to purchase a lifetime hunting, fishing, or combination certificate, that combination being both hunt and fish. Certificate holders can then obtain a free annual or 3-year license for the rest of their life, whether they stay in Idaho or move out of state. They're also exempt from increases to license fees because they get a free license each year, and they're exempt from most non-resident limits and quotas. So a certificate can be issued to an infant from ages birth to 1. Those are typically purchased as a gift from a parent or grandparent. A different certificate can be purchased for those aged 2 to 50, and then a different certificate again for those 51 and older. And so those age brackets, along with whether it's a hunt, fish, or combination certificate, dictates the fee that the person pays. Since the program's inception, you'll see in the pie chart here that the hunting lifetime certificate is the majority of the certificate purchased, followed closely by combination, and then a pretty small percentage of fishing certificates being purchased, about 4%. So in the great wide world of license holders in Idaho, where do these certificate holders fall in? In our most recent license year, 2021, of the over 500,000 individuals out in the field, about 1% of those, the overall population, was a lifetime certificate holder. And then that 1% of the population kind of remains consistent year over year. So taking that 1% of our population and drilling down to that a little bit further, we see in this graphic the number of certificate holders that have actually activated that certificate by getting their free annual or 3-year license for the first time. So again, these certificates allow you to get that free license each year. For infants, you don't need one. So often they'll take 10, 15, 20 years to activate their certificate for the first time. Or some folks just don't. It was a gift given to them that they don't use, or they move away and never come back. So this is showing that 82% of all of those certificate holders have actually activated for the first time and used their certificate privileges. A quick note here that this excludes anyone that doesn't need to activate their certificate yet. So anyone under the age of 10, for example, that doesn't yet need a hunting license is excluded from this number here. So one of the main benefits to becoming a lifetime certificate holder is that your lifetime license privileges remain active even if you move out of state. Idaho code does require non-residents to pay those non-resident fees once they move out of state. But again, they're not subject to non-resident limits or quotas, meaning they fall within resident quotas if there are any. And here we see that 65% of current lifetime certificate holders were Idaho residents the last time they interacted with our license sales system. So we kind of took a quick view at certificates as a whole, which is kind of the biggest population of lifetime folks. And now we'll narrow it a little bit into lifetime certificate holders that have activated their license and are getting regular annual or 3-year licenses. So here we see combo hunting and fishing. Of all those folks, the majority, again, is maintaining their Idaho residency. And a note here that Idaho is a little bit different in their lifetime program than many other states, where we do require that hunters and anglers obtain that free item every year. It gives us a really accurate representation of how many of them are on the landscape every year, as opposed to estimating or assuming who's actually out there each year. So taking the same folks that we just looked at in the previous slide, are folks that are getting an annual or 3-year license each year, and breaking those down by age and residency, we see some kind of interesting patterns. So this graphic here is broken out into 10-year age brackets. And in those, at the very top of those brackets, you'll actually see the number of individuals within that age bracket, just to give us a better representation of how many people we're talking about in each age group. So those younger age brackets between birth really and 30, we're seeing those younger folks as Idaho residents. They're likely still living at home. Maybe they're in college. Maybe they don't have enough disposable income to go out and see the world. But those are our majority resident license holders. Then we get into that 30 to 50 age range and we start to see quite a shift. This likely is explained by major lifestyle changes. You move away for college and don't come back. You've got more disposable income to move and see and do. And big lifestyle changes like that are likely explainable here. And then we get into those older age categories and we see again quite a shift. Again, we're talking about a much smaller number of people. For example, the 70+ age category is only about 600 people, but we do see quite a bit more non-residents in that category. Again, likely because they've got a little more time on their hands, disposable income, maybe the snowbird effect where they're in Idaho for parts of the year and another state in the rest of the year. But interesting trends there across ages. So we now know who lifetime certificate and lifetime license holders are, and I kind of want to talk about how they fall into our controlled hunt data. So again, one of those benefits of being a lifetime license holder is you maintain a lot of those resident privileges, which is particularly important for controlled hunts because Idaho code does limit controlled hunt tags to 10% for non-residents. So we'll look at premier hunts, those kind of highly coveted moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat tags. We'll look at antlered deer and elk tags, and then we'll take a big holistic look at all controlled hunt tags and how non-resident lifetime license holders fall into all of those tag numbers. A disclaimer for the next couple of slides, they're a little rough to look at. It's a lot of data thrown onto a slide, but the goal really being to be as transparent as we can on how often these non-resident lifetime license holders are actually engaging in the controlled hunt program and then being awarded tags. Okay, so starting with mountain goat. So this format here and the logic in these slides is going to apply to quite a few others. So I'll go into detail here and then we'll click quickly through the others. We've got 3 years worth of data here, 2020, 21, and 22. Across the top, we've got some summaries for each year showing the total tags issued and all of those residency types broken down amongst those tags. And then the details in the bottom are all of the hunt units that tags were issued in, and all of the yellow highlights show any instance that a non-resident lifetime license holder was awarded a tag in that year and unit. So for example, if we look at 2020, which is our far left data set here, we see that there are 44 tags issued in 2020, 38 to residents, 2 to non-resident lifetime license holders, and 4 to kind of regular non-residents. And we can see down in the guts below that those 2 non-resident lifetime license holder tags were issued in unit 27-2 and 36B. That'll apply to the other years as well as the following slides. So here we see bighorn sheep. For 2020, of those 97 tags, 3 were issued to non-resident lifetime license holders. 21, we see 94 tags and 4 issued to non-resident lifetime license holders. And finally, in 22, 4 of those 92 tags issued to non-resident lifetime license holders. Moose, lots of data for moose. This looks slightly different than the last 2 slides just because there's so much data to look at here. We've got summaries at the top for 2020, 21, and 22. But there's actually 2 full columns for each year. So we've got 2020 on the far left, and then 2020 again, continuing those hunt units here on the right-hand side. And again, all of those yellow indications are anytime a non-resident lifetime license holder was awarded a tag in that unit for that year. Okay, easier to digest information here. So for those premier hunts, the moose, sheep, and goat tags, of all of those winners of those tags, only 1% of those are non-resident lifetime license holders. 89% of those are traditional residents and 10% are non-resident. Okay, getting back into the mess here, looking at antlered hunts for deer and elk. Elk here, we've got the summaries again at the top and all the guts below. Similar to moose, we've got 2 columns because there's just so much data to see here. And one more again for antlered deer. Any yellow instance is a non-resident lifetime license holder. Deer starts to look quite a bit different than some of our others that we've seen before due to the unlimited hunts that we offer for deer. So it does kind of change the way that our data comes out in the end, just because those unlimited hunts are unlimited. There's an unlimited number of tags that we offer. So we can't quite calculate how many tags will or won't be issued in those hunts. And then just summarizing deer and elk here, I think it's important to see just the totals of each residency type side by side. So you've got elk across the top and deer across the bottom. And you can see a little better here, the number of residents next to non-resident lifetime license holders and next to kind of more traditional non-residents. And just kind of visually seeing the difference in those numbers. So all of those antlered hunts that we just looked at for deer and elk, this slide will look incredibly similar because it's the exact same as the premier hunts. 1% of those tags are being awarded to non-resident lifetime license holders, 89% to residents, and a solid 10% for non-residents. So including our premier hunts and all of our antlered hunts and every other controlled hunt type that we have, antlerless, youth, outfitted, and everything in between, this is a look at all of those tags and who's been awarded those over the last 3 years. Of all of the controlled hunt tags that we issue, about 0.5% go to non-resident lifetime license holders, 93.3% to residents, and about 6.2% to non-residents. So a couple of takeaways through this presentation. The first one being lifetime license holders, lifetime certificate holders that have purchased since 2007. About 65% of those are still Idaho residents. As we start getting into controlled hunt data, about 1% of those non-resident lifetime license holders are winning a premier or antlered tag, and only about 0.5% of those are winning any controlled hunt type tag. And a pretty important note, I think, to take away from this presentation is something that we didn't explicitly say through any of this, but there are other rules affecting the proportion of non-resident tags that we offer. For example, non-resident junior mentor tags, DAV, disabled American veteran tags, and outfitter allocated tags. Those all have an impact on how we manage non-resident participation, a little bit different than kind of a traditional non-resident limit. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I stand for any questions you might have. I'm sure there's none.
Question that I want to say that was a comprehensive review. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. And
Mr.
Aaron.
Chairman.
Oh, please.
Yes, thank you.
Please.
That was a very great presentation. Thank you very much. I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything. There was a slide there where you talked about 500,000 licenses. Now that's an annual purchase of resident, non-resident, everybody across the board. Correct?
That's right. Everyone that could have been out in the field that year, about 500,000 total people.
Okay. And then you followed that up by saying that so roughly 5,000 of those are lifetime license holders, lifetime certificate holders,
Yes, sir.
correct? And of that, there is 65% of those 5,000 are still residents of the state of Idaho.
That's right.
Correct? Okay. So we're looking at roughly 3,500, maybe. I'm not very good at math here, but
Probably a little more annually, and that number will fluctuate each year for plenty of reasons. A 10-year-old suddenly becomes 11. A college age student comes back and hunts for the first time, so we get more folks on the landscape with that lifetime license each year, and then total number of licenses issued each year to make that proportion will change, but roughly yes, about 65% or somewhere around 4,000 would be each year.
okay, thank you. Is that spiking? Are we seeing a drastic increase in the amount of non-resident lifetime certificate holders?
I wouldn't say drastic, but I would say it's changing over time. So specifically, I think because so many of these are purchased for infants, the majority are purchased for infants. Those folks have made no decisions about their life before they turn 1. So we do see as they get into that 30 to 50 year age bracket that they're starting to become non-residents, and that trend is kind of continuing as folks that have older certificates are aging into those 30 plus age brackets. They're following the trend, I guess, into non-resident. But no spikes, nothing overly significant.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I think you've done a really good job of lining out how small of a problem this really is. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chairman and Tara, just great presentation. With that, says commissioners.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry for the minute mic here. Yeah, no, I appreciate the data because it tells the story really quickly of, it's not really that large of an issue, or maybe what we thought isn't. So thank you and look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, as it is with most of the presentations provided by staff, Rita's great presentation of the swap, for example, you get this minutes-long snippet of literally weeks of work that have gone into the preparation of this presentation, the summation of data, the review. So I really hats off to Tara and Aaron for taking this issue on behalf of the request of the constituent and really diving in deep so that when we walk away from this presentation, I think we have not only an understanding of the issue, but a baseline in which to return to and compare in years to see if in fact it is becoming an issue. So I do appreciate the completeness of the analysis in order to provide us with a more than adequate baseline from which to compare into the future. So thank both of you very much.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Tara. Have you covered the ground for both yourself and Aaron?
I'm sorry.
Have you covered the ground on this for both yourself and Aaron?
I think so.
Okay.
Anything you'd like to add, Aaron? She's good. Thank you. So
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, management plan for Fisher Links Wolverine to release for public input. Corey Mosby, please. Welcome to the podium, staff biologist.
Yeah, I'm so excited. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Shriver. Today, I'm here to talk about our draft management plan for the conservation of Fisher, Wolverine, and Canada lynx. I think it's important to start off with, we're in charge of a wide array of species. Why develop a plan for just these three? So with that in mind, I'm going to kind of walk us through a little bit of background on each of these three species and kind of frame where our objectives and priorities came from. And we'll start with Fisher. Well, I think all of these species are interesting, but of course, Fisher is a really interesting conversation here in Idaho. It's considered a standalone population. Nearest neighboring Fisher is in British Columbia, 200 miles to the north. Within Idaho, they have a relatively limited distribution. From a regional perspective, think Panhandle and Clearwater, so north of the Salmon River. Within those regions, most of the habitat you can see represented in this map as tan and dark brown. Most of that habitat resides in these mid-elevation mesic forests. That just so happens to be the most productive, or some of the most productive timber producing areas of our entire state. I think it's important to take a step back and say that Fisher really is a success story from the department's perspective. This species was considered extirpated from our state by the 50s. And in the 50s and 60s, both Idaho and neighboring Montana translocated animals from British Columbia in the Midwest. Idaho, we sent them to central Idaho, and Montana, most of the work was done in the Cabinet Mountains, which, we share that mountain range in the Panhandle. The populations we see today, kind of represented by those yellow dots, those observations, are the success story of the department's efforts in the 60s. But despite the success story, there's been multiple petition attempts to have the species listed under the Endangered Species Act. Wolverine, another really interesting species, despite the Marvel comic connection. We have a low density carnivore, an adult male, we're talking 500 square miles to support a single animal. So even under the best case scenario, we're talking not a lot of animals on the landscape. Wolverine are also, like Fisher, kind of at the edge of their range. They're found throughout Canada and Alaska, but here in the lower 48, they just kind of dip down into the Rockies and the Cascades, that high elevation, that stuff that's beautiful to see, but hard to get to, right? We're talking tree line, boreal type forests. And wolverines are also a success story, but with a little bit more of their own heavy lifting. They were considered extirpated by the 30s. And since then, through what I see as modern day wildlife management, like changing perspectives on how predators are managed and recovery of big game populations, wolverines have recolonized all of their historic range in Idaho and all of their historic range in 4 other states. Despite this success story, they're currently a candidate species for listing under the Endangered Species Act. The last one in this plan is Canada lynx. Unlike Fisher and wolverine, a little bit different story here. We have a very limited habitat to support Canada lynx in Idaho. They have pretty specific requirements. It's a combination of 3 things. You need late seral stage or dense forests with deep unconsolidated snow. Canada lynx have big feet. They can hunt snowshoe hare, which without snowshoe hare, you do not find Canada lynx. So to have this population or to have this species on the landscape, you need all 3 of those factors. That only comes together very rarely in Idaho. And you can see right here, all of our verified or trusted observations from 1960 to 2022, we're talking like 70 something observations, with most of them in the northern part of the Panhandle. This map here, just for perspective, the habitat quality is broken into 3 classes. Only the dark brown would be considered even conceptually suitable to actually support animals. And as you can see, most of that's kind of scattered around as little isolated pockets, which could never support a population of lynx. With all that in mind, in the lower 48, the species is listed as federally threatened under the ESA. So wrapping all these 3 species together, the reason we think we need a plan is that all these species are at the periphery of their range in our state. They have limited or low densities. We don't harvest them, so most of the management tools we use don't apply to these 3 species. And, there's been a lot of concern, multiple petitions and lawsuits for listing or keeping these species listed under ESA, which could impact the way forests are managed, multi-use planning on Forest Service lands, where just so happens where almost all of these populations reside. So to develop a plan, we primarily relied on our regional staff, and a lot of them are subject matter experts on these 3 species. And we pulled a lot of information from a previous developed and really thorough plan that was specifically related to wolverine. And just like when I presented earlier this year to you all, our fur bearer management plan, we compiled all those needs and then discussed what are the priorities. So like of this entire shopping list, what are the most important things to work on? All right, so our overarching priorities that we identified was to continue to do what we're doing, to manage these species for conservation purposes and retain or return state management. We feel the best opportunity for the continued conservation of these species is through the state managing these 3 species of wildlife. One of the base things for all of this, for any work that we do, is to monitor their status and distribution. So where are they? Where are they not? Are their populations increasing or decreasing? And for all 3 of these species, that requires multi-state collaboration. And the states that we work with kind of depend on the species. And then lastly, since nearly all of the populations occur on federally managed lands, and by that I mean primarily the Forest Service, providing technical assistance through our Technical Assistance Bureau on the status and our best science available to these species is really important for any of their management planning activities. There we go. All right, so we also had species-specific priorities, starting with Fisher. Again, monitor that population status and distribution through camera surveys. With Fisher, we have this really unique opportunity. We've been collecting genetic samples through survey efforts or non-target harvest for decades, and no work's been done with that to date. So there's an opportunity to compile genetic information spanning 30 years and look at how the genetic health of that population of Fisher is doing in Idaho and Montana. From a landscape perspective, when we do surveys for the species, we see areas of higher and lower occupancy. So where we find more or less Fisher, despite it looking like suitable habitat. So we want to investigate what may be some of the factors potentially affecting that Fisher connectivity. And then from that genetic data, the results of the genetic efforts and that landscape effort, implement strategies, identify strategies to promote that genetic health and connectivity. For wolverine, again, the baseline, continue to monitor that population status and distribution. Another similar topic to Fisher is genetics. Like I said, low density, wide ranging carnivore. Currently, there is an ongoing project where Idaho is contributing with 3 other states in the lower 48, plus Alberta, British Columbia, the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Southern Alaska to look at the genetics of wolverine across that entire range. One of the big concerns, and in previous listing petitions, is concerns that these wolverines may be disconnected in the lower 48 from the source population in Canada, and that could lead to things like inbreeding depression. So having the best science available to guide that discussion is pretty crucial. Here in Idaho, think of wolverine habitat as islands. Remember, it's that beautiful high elevation habitat across our state. And any one patch of it is not large enough to support an entire population of wolverines. So the ability to move from patch to patch of habitat is really important. Fortunately for us, they kind of earn some of their reputation as being very tenacious. They're great at dispersing, but we would like to just have wolverine as part of that conversation for discussions on wildlife connectivity planning. In those discussions of maintaining connectivity for wildlife populations across Idaho. And then lastly, this is more with our land management partners like the Forest Service. There's an interest in being able to predict where the denning habitat would be for females. That's kind of the crux of the population, right? Reproduction and understanding where those occur in the state and being able to accurately predict that could really be beneficial in land management planning efforts. With Canada lynx, again, collaborative monitoring efforts for that species that's primarily Montana. Currently, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is undergoing a review of habitat suitability and critical habitat designation. Again, the species is currently listed as threatened. And it's important that we have a seat at that table and contribute to those discussions on what that critical habitat would look like, or that designation would look like here in Idaho. And then lastly, continue to provide that technical assistance in designated critical habitat, which again, they're reviewing, but currently that designated critical habitat is limited to the Purcell Mountains in the northeastern part of the Panhandle. And then the last thing that's again, kind of a catch-all, we want to continue to minimize human-caused mortality with these species. That's a really rare occurrence, and we have the data to demonstrate that, but it's always a topic of interest. And that's primarily human-caused mortality through non-target trapping. And we already implement tools to ensure that that's minimized primarily through education and outreach, and we're going to continue to do that good work. And then lastly is, the catch-all of when and where we find that opportunity is to generate support and partnerships to promote the education, awareness, and habitat stewardship for all three of these species. So in conclusion, I think this draft was a pretty strong collaborative effort within our staff. And I think having that opportunity to reach out to the public and our partner agencies will improve collaboration and make this a better document overall. And I think, we've done a decent job of wading through the priorities and really identifying our highest priority achievable goals. And I think its implementation will serve all Idahoans. So with that in mind, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, my hope here is to get permission to release this for public review.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Could you explain to me what you said they were considered extirpated? Can you explain to me how and what that means really?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert. We'll talk about both of them with Fisher and Wolverine. At the time that was, decreed, those species are extirpated. That essentially the best data available, we thought there were none left in Idaho for Fisher or Wolverine. And the first time I saw that pop up in the literature with Wolverine, I think it was 1937. And with Fisher, I think it was in the 50s. An interesting thing with Fisher is that, this is getting a little nerdy and into the weeds, but they were never completely extirpated. Through genetics, we can demonstrate a very small isolated population occurred in central Idaho. But it was largely gone from the landscape.
Okay, follow up. So I think of extirpated in terms of fish, as in they built a dam and the fish were extirpated. I'm just trying to kind of understand what extirpated means really. I understand in the regard of fish that we put a dam here and the fish can physically no longer occupy this habitat, but so I'm having a hard time.
So with both of those species, both Fisher and Wolverine, they're active scavengers. And what we think led to the decline of those two species to the point they weren't found in Idaho anymore was non-selective predator control through poisoning. And just like before, the advent of modern day wildlife management, non-selective, unregulated harvest, and that predator control, habitat modification. But as we adjusted how those species were managed, how forests were managed, unlike a dam, there was no real block of something like Wolverine to recolonize Idaho from source populations in Canada. Fisher took a little bit more hands-on intensive work.
Okay, and then one more question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So you go out and you look for a Fisher or a Wolverine. Obviously, you can't just walk out and. So how do you, if it's occupied, what do you look for and how do you determine if they're there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, the way we do that for both of those species is through an occupancy framework where we essentially grid out suitable habitat. Think of a grid cell as the size of an animal's home range. And then we have a random draw. So we can't just go pick our favorite spots to go hang cameras. And then we have that random draw of which squares that have the suitable habitat that we will go and place a camera. And then across from that camera, we put a piece of bait and a strong trapping lure, like the same lures that trappers use to harvest fur. And those animals will come and investigate those cameras. We get pictures, and also we use a collar around the tree, which has a series of gun brushes that kind of stick out like that. So as the Fisher crawls up the tree, the gun brushes pull hair. If you get a follicle on the base of that hair, that tiny piece of tissue is enough tissue to pull genetic information from that animal. So sometimes we can get it all the way down to individual ID.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a comment again, Corey. I appreciate this draft, and I loved reading through it. It educated me and I was able to gain a little better understanding. I think it also goes to show the importance of these plans, and I've talked about this in the past as we put these together. It, it basically helps us to maintain state of Idaho management or return to that, and protects us from unnecessary litigation at times. So I support this draft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey, you're looking for a head nod?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You've got that.
All right.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much. And thanks to your colleagues and the whole team behind this. Appreciate it. Shell, Chief of Wildlife will be up next. Update on wolf management planning. John, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I mistakenly thought some years ago that I had graduated from giving wolf updates, but I've been invited back today, so happy to be here. This presentation is again, like the others, a team effort, and I won't pretend to have responsibility for all of the hard work that went into assembling the information that I'll be presenting here. But my objective this morning is to provide you with an overview, bring you up to speed on some of our wolf monitoring and management efforts, provide you an update on where we are with wolf mortality, and kind of a breakdown of what we've seen in harvest over the last several years, and how that compares currently. Talk a bit about wolf conflict management with livestock depredations and big game, and also provide you an update on our wolf monitoring efforts and what we see ahead. So the first slide here, kind of a colorful, progressive, cumulative tracking of wolf mortality through the season, from beginning of the season date each year in July through the end of the year. Just give you a perspective of how the different years compared, and where we stand currently for this year. As of the first of, I guess as of last week, we had tallied 137 mortalities that we'd put hands on through the 1st of November. I do expect that number to creep up a little bit. As a reminder, all hunters are required to check their harvested wolves with the department within 10 days of harvest. And so we've cut this off a little bit earlier, and there tends to be a little trickle down for a couple of weeks until all of that data arrives and is assimilated. But just for reference, 137 wolves as of the 1st of November is on the lower end of the last 6 years harvest data, but it's still in the game, and it's not far below. And like I said, as we can move further into the month here, we may see that climbing up a little bit. But just the perspective of where we are to date. Different view of the same data, but going back further to give you a view annually of total human caused mortality. Just a couple of points here. You'll see our high tracking of mortality since 2009, when we had our first harvest seasons, occurred in the 2019-2020 season, where we had hands on 585 wolf mortalities. This is a combination of our hunting and trapping mortality, also our USDA Wildlife Services control actions that we authorized in response to livestock depredations, and then a handful of other mortality causes, including private landowner protection of private property and livestock. There's a handful of road kills, illegal take in that blue portion of the stacked bar graphs as well. Just a quick at the glance look here, not trying to dig too deep into that, but if I would just make a couple of points from this graphic. If we look at our peak mortality period throughout the course of the year, the bulk of the wolves we see come from harvest in October and November. No surprise, this is when the bulk of hunters are out in the field. We get an awful lot of our harvest come in as incidental harvest by deer and elk hunters during October and November. But I would also point out that our expansion of trapping seasons in October also has successfully resulted in increased harvest in earlier months in October as well. We've also seen some additional harvest in September. You will look and see peaks in February and March. That is typically the result of trapping activity picking up, but we also do have some folks that go out and specifically target wolves for hunting and have been fairly successful. The remainder of the year, we look in May, June, July, August. Those mortalities are predominantly a result of livestock control actions and the work of USDA Wildlife Services. So move on, just a quick look of where we are to date, the 137 documented mortalities since the 1st of July. 93% of those are the result of hunting and trapping harvest. 6% of those from Wildlife Services control actions authorized by the department. 1%, that's 2 wolves, the result of protection of livestock by private individuals. We have seen just 1 wolf taken as a result of the expanded methods of take implemented following Senate Bill 1211 and authorized by the department. And this was the case of allowance of using bait on private land. So a tool that may not otherwise have resulted in take there. Just an update and reminder, the commission has authorized the use of expanded methods of take in designated units. There's a long list of those in our proclamations brochure that identified those units that have had chronic depredations on livestock, but also units identified by the department as having underperforming elk populations as a result of predation. In those units from the time period November 15th through March 31, there is authorization for hunters to have some expanded opportunity by not having caliber restrictions, allows the use of bait on private lands. With a permit, an individual can get an exemption from the hunting hours or the shooting hours for big game so that they could hunt at night. And to date for this season, again, it just opens today, November 15th. Department has issued 47 of those shooting hours exemption permits. But I don't believe any of those from last year materialized in any appreciable number of additional wolf harvest. But there is some enthusiasm and another opportunity for folks that choose to pursue that. Other parts of those expanded methods of take, motorized vehicle restrictions in place, otherwise for big game would not apply. We haven't seen it here in Idaho, but the use of dogs as an aid to wolf hunting would be allowed in those units. Something that was extremely effective in Wisconsin in their past hunting seasons. Little breakdown of tag sales and what that looks like. As you're aware, there are no individual limits on the number of wolf tags an individual can purchase. last year, we sold about 54,000 wolf tags. The bulk of those go to hunters, 53,618 tags labeled as hunting tags. Just for perspective in the graph, to give you an eyeball look, how many trapping tags we sell in relation to hunting tags, it barely shows up. And I'll talk about the trapping tags here in a second. But for all of the tags that are out there in the pockets of sportsmen, we don't know how many of those hunters actually intended to go out wolf hunting. I would guess that the bulk of them have a wolf tag just in case. There also are, I don't know what the number is, 25,000 plus or minus wolf tags that come with a sportsman package. We don't have a feel for how many folks that have those have intent to take wolves, but the point is, out of almost 54,000 wolf hunting tags out there, 151 hunters were successful. Those 155 hunters were successful. Of those 155 hunters, they harvested a total of 196 wolves during the 2021 season. If you look at that as a per tag success rate, 0.3% of those wolf tags and pockets resulted in harvested wolves. So I'll switch over and take a little bit of a deeper dive into the trapping tags. Here on the graphic shows the number of tags issued as trapping tags out there, as well as on the blue bar, the number of active trappers. That is a view of those people who reported on their required annual fur taker report that they did set a trap, one or more traps for wolves in the course of the year. Last couple of years, the number of trappers who are actively pursuing wolves has remained pretty steady at about 170 plus or minus trappers. So not very many trappers. We issued a total of 863 trapping tags in the prior season. Of those 170 folks plus or minus that said they actively trap for wolves, 91 were successful. Those 91 trappers harvested 217 wolves. You look at percent success rate for the number of wolves taken versus trapping tags purchased, that's about a quarter of them. And so when you look at that, you can understand how valuable those trappers are when it comes to contributing to wolf harvest. So based on their success rates, trapping is a very, very effective tool for wolf management and harvest. Take another look here. Some of the other metrics we get asked about an awful lot. Like we discussed, there is no individual limits on the number of wolf tags an individual can buy. There's a lot of public concern that's been expressed here the last couple of years that that's going to result in, wiping out the wolf population. Everybody's going to kill an unlimited number of wolves. But in reality, here's what it looks like. There were 152 individuals who took a single wolf. Many of those, like I discussed before, are incidental harvest. They maybe weren't necessarily looking for a wolf at the time. They had a tag, they saw one during their deer and elk hunt. Also, individuals hunting wolves might get one a year. Folks that are trapping wolves might only get one, but the bulk of individuals just get one. There were 36 individuals who took 2, 12 who took 3. You can look on down the list there. You have a very small number of individuals who tend to be very effective, and they're effective every year. During the 2021 season, I think the most anyone reported as an individual. Is my time up? Oh, okay. I'll keep going. One individual took 10 wolves, one took 9, one took 8. But again, there's a small number of sportsmen out there that are very effective, and they show up every year and contributing to the wolf harvest. So just one more slide here to talk about wolf harvest. We'll look at statewide view by game management unit on where we see the bulk of the harvest mortality. I'll focus your attention on the map on the right side of the screen. This is a 5-year average annual harvest per game management unit. You can see Unit 1 really stands out. Granted, it is a very big unit, but also a lot of wolf activity, a lot of wolf trapping activity. And it kind of shows up on the leaderboard each year for both hunting harvest and trapping harvest. Unit 1, Unit 4, Unit 39, 10A, 28, and some others there, just to show you where the bulk of the harvest happens annually. And then I will shift your attention over to the left side, which is a year-to-date through last week. So July 1 through November 7, actually the data represented here for the 2022 harvest season. We can see something here where 10A, Unit 10, Unit 12, Unit 17 are pretty high early compared to what they have been in the past. And granted, this is a 1-year event, but we would speculate that the earlier trapping season in combination with the Foundation for Wildlife Management reimbursement is encouraging folks to get in and be active in some of those backcountry areas earlier than we had seen in the past. So let's see if that continues. But where we stand today for the season, the units with the highest hunting harvest, units 1, 4, 10A, and 39, the highest trapping harvest to date in units 1, 4, 6, and 28. I'm going to shift over to some of the conflict management and background associated with that graphic of livestock depredations. There are some lightly shaded bars here on the right. I'll have you ignore those for the moment and look at the darker shades. Point your attention to the gray colored bars. This represents the number of USDA Wildlife Services investigation. When a livestock operator reports, hey, I have a dead cow, dead sheep, goat, llama, whatever, USDA Wildlife Service conducts the investigation. The gray bar represents those that they have determined have had wolf involvement. It would include those that they are absolutely certain, yes, wolves did this, they were here, as well as those that they're very strong evidence and they were labeled probable. The good news we see, we look at this graph, we've made very deliberate efforts to be responsive to livestock depredations. And, what we have seen since 2019 is a steady decline in the number of investigations that Wildlife Services has been called to conduct that ended up being related to wolves. That's the good news. So what does that mean as far as individual livestock losses? That's the orange colored bar. Since 2018, total losses seem to have been in decline, but we had a jump back up in 2022, or I'm sorry, 2020. Thought that was 2021, but must have been this spring 2022. So I'm going to shift the graph and we're going to now ignore the gray and the orange bars and take a look at the trend. We'll break down those livestock losses and take a closer look at that. The blue bars represent the number of confirmed and probable cattle losses annually. And if we look at that same time period, 2019 through the current year, we do see a steady downward trend. Looks like it's heading in the right direction. Fewer cattle confirmed or probable depredations as a result of wolves. We saw the same trend. It seemed like in sheep since 2018, fewer sheep being taken. They're being injured by wolves, but we had a big jump in 2022. So this increase in total number of sheep is what swayed the orange livestock bar up and kind of broke our trend. But to dig into that a little bit, that was contributed by a single event in which 143 sheep were killed in a pileup that wolves were responsible for. And so the incidents seem to be trending down. That's what we want. But there is a lot of annual variation if you look at just the livestock losses, because sheep are prone to having pileups. And that's not the first time that's happened, but typically they're in the, the 20, 30, 40 sheep range. We have had a couple of big ones, and they do have a lot of influence on what those total losses end up being. So move forward a little bit here. Talk about conflict management. In July, the commission directed the spending of $300,000 and how they would like to see those funds utilized by the Wolf Depredation Control Board. They designated that $200,000 should go to cooperative agreement between the Wolf Depredation Control Board and the Foundation for Wildlife Management. This was the program to incentivize hunters and trappers by reimbursing them for their documented expenses. There was a strategic change to the way the Foundation for Wildlife Management implemented that program this year. In our discussions, our hope was that we could make that money last to better provide incentive to those hunters and especially trappers who have been most effective in the past by encouraging the take of multiple wolves, keep those people that are effective more engaged and engaged longer. So the idea is to start through those funds with reimbursing expenses, starting with the second wolf rather than the first. And so that takes those 140, 150 wolves taken by people who are only going to take one that year because it was incidental, and helps those funds last longer. And we heard a good report from Foundation for Wildlife Management last night that sounds like that is going to be effective and lasting longer than it did last year. The department through the commission, as part of that agreement, does designate what those units are, and we've got that long list of units, and I believe that was in the materials that you received last night from the foundation, but represented here on the map, those units that have chronic conflict, livestock depredation, as well as those that we have identified as needing additional predation management because of underperforming elk populations, and predation being identified as a leading source of that. So that's the $200,000 out of the $300,000. The other $100,000 was designated to go towards predation management. This is to impact predation affecting big game populations not meeting objectives. I'll remind the commission that in 10 of the last 11 years, we have conducted work in the Lolo elk zone, which remains well below management objectives. And we have committed, we will continue to do so. And it's typically work conducted in the winter. Other work we are involved with on conflict management is some collaborative efforts and support of the Wolf Depredation and Control Board by supporting winter wolf capture operations and radio collaring. They will be having a discussion on that at an upcoming meeting to work out some of those details, but we are prepared to support that and have acquired radio collars and will help facilitate that. The intent of this effort is to put radio collars out where we have chronic problems with wolf depredation on livestock to facilitate the effectiveness of USDA Wildlife Services in removing wolves to help alleviate those chronic damages. One other effort this commission body has taken was providing support. Click it harder through the Commission Community Challenge Grant Program. For 2023, the Commission awarded Foundation for Wildlife Management $30,000 for use statewide. Again, in those same units identified as having chronic livestock conflicts or elk populations below objectives because of predation. The commission also awarded Foundation for Wildlife Management a regional proposal for the salmon region units. So a total award for the coming year of $33,860 to help support that conflict management effort. Last part here, kind of an overview reminder of our wolf population monitoring efforts and obligations. Dr. Shane Roberts has presented the last couple of years, this last January, and I know Mark Hurley provided kind of a very brief reminder of that at our May meeting on how we're using remote cameras to estimate wolf populations. We have a grid throughout the state in occupied wolf habitat where we place these cameras using a space to event model. Won't get into details here. I will tell you that we will plan to present an update to the commission at your January meeting on what we learned this summer. But we have about 750 cameras around the state in that grid. We have retrieved the data cards from all of those cameras. Those are now going through the artificial intelligence processing right now to identify those that have animals in them, those that are wolves. And we will be working on the quantification here the next couple of months so that we can have another estimate for you of where we stand in our wolf abundance. So as a reminder, I'll call your attention to the graph there. The little blue dots there represent our estimate in the prior 3 years. We put the cameras out in June. We start to activate our data set from July through the end of August to come up with an estimate how many wolves were in the state, in the late summer. And each of the last 3 years, that number's been awfully close to about 1,550 July, August. So we did a modeling exercise where we took that number in July, August, and just a simple model to subtract out all of the documented mortality from human-related causes, anything else we can document. Those get subtracted out through the rest of the year. We also subtract out the modeled natural mortality, where we don't necessarily put our hands on wolves that died of natural causes, but we do have excellent data collected in Idaho over the years through a combination of radio collar survival monitoring, but also some genetic tools looking at survival of wolves through the course of the year. And anyway, this model was developed primarily to illustrate the change in annual abundance from the number we give you from our intensive remote camera work in the late summer, as that population declines through harvest mortality and natural mortality to its low point prior to the next reproductive pulse, which typically would happen in April to early May. And so what this illustrates is we have a population that the last 3 years has appeared to be stable, fluctuating around 1,270 wolves from a high of somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1,600 wolves immediately after the annual reproductive cycle, dropping down to a low just prior to that reproduction, following the end of the winter to early spring at about 850 wolves. One other metric we've been pretty excited about, we continue to document minimum annual reproduction in wolves. And the tool we've been using here, like I had said before, all harvested wolves must be presented to the department to be checked. We extract a premolar from each of those, send those to a lab, and that reports back on age of that wolf at time of death. And so what we've been able to do is look at the teeth of harvested wolves. We take tissue or a scraping of the tooth enamel, get a genetic ID from that. And then after we get those ages back, we can look at all of the young of the year that were harvested, and look at the DNA to come up with a calculation of how many young of the year sibling groups there are. Essentially, we're looking at a minimum projection of all of the young of the year wolves that we harvested and genotyped. How many different litters did they come from? So the table here will show you in 2017, 18, and 19 from our harvest sample, how many different young of the year wolves were harvested, and we had a tooth collected from, and from those in the genetic analysis, how many unique litters at minimum are represented in that harvest. And you can see there, 2017, a minimum of 59 different litters, 76 in 2018, 97 litters represented in 2019. Don't get the idea that that is demonstrating a trend upwards. This is very dependent on the number of samples of young of the year collected, and are investigating this new technique to give us a parallel to the expectation that the Fish and Wildlife Service had during the post-delisting monitoring period, that we were going to monitor to confirm that we had at least a minimum of 15 breeding pairs every year. Trying to get away from the quote unquote breeding pair definition of the Fish and Wildlife Service, but looking here to substantiate that in 2019, we can demonstrate definitively that there were at least 97 litters, 97 packs that produced litters around the state. So in closing on that, by all counts, we can demonstrate that our population is orders of magnitude above the expected recovery level, but also it remains well above the level that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service proposed that the state of Idaho and Montana and Wyoming would manage their wolf populations long-term. Essentially well above the carrying capacity of suitable wolf habitat that they detailed in their 2009 delisting rule. Going back to our population number, I would make the point that having a stable population fluctuating around 1,270 animals is in the face of our current harvest mortality, and basically demonstrates that the wolf population has remained robust and resilient to our human-caused mortality at the current level, which is about 33% of the total population per year. It dies as a result of human-caused mortality. The take-home from there is that in order to meet commission objectives of managing wolves long-term at a lower population level, we will need to see an increase in human-caused mortality. So some combination of increased hunting and trapping mortality and control related to livestock depredations or big game at a percentage of the population higher than what it currently is in order to result in population reduction. I'll remind you also, we will be engaging and evaluating harvest season proposals and our approach to other control activities as we get into winter and move into season setting to be set at your March meeting. And one other final comment, I think the commission will remember that in response to two petitions, from the Center for Biological Diversity and one from the Western Watersheds Project in 2021, following legislative action in Idaho and Montana, they are asking the Fish and Wildlife Service to return wolves in the Northern Rocky Mountains to the endangered species list. In response to that, in September of 2021, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service initiated a species status assessment. They've been working with the states, and actually their species of status assessment is addressing all wolves in the Western U.S. We have provided all of the data we have substantiating our belief that wolves are in no need of endangered species protections in the Northern Rocky Mountains, and have worked with Montana and Wyoming, and they have provided that information as well. We expected a response back, a final species status assessment and decision from Fish and Wildlife Service end of September. We have not yet seen that, but we are hoping to see that soon. With that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, concludes my presentation. Be happy to try to struggle through any questions you might have. Mr. Director, if you had any other comments you'd like to make, be happy to have that as well.
First, John, thank you. Comprehensive, so much work and research. It's really nice to get these updates because we commissioners individually and collectively get a lot of questions and comments from the public. It's nice to have the updates. Thanks. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to jump in front of other questions that your fellow commissioners might have. I appreciate the work represented by John's presentation, and again, just understand the number of staff involved in the gathering of those data to provide science-based management for wolves, and I guess in a way to demystify this with factual data and take away the opportunistic narratives that are created around wolf management. I would add a couple of things to the information that John provided you. And I appreciate you coming out of wolf presentation retirement. John, you did a fine job on that presentation. I've been spending considerable amount of time on this myself. Would thank Aaron one more time for the data dive into the harvest management side of things. So I think it's not only important as we manage wolves as a sovereign state to understand the biology of the wolf itself, the distribution, the abundance, how that changes over time or doesn't. It's also important to understand the role that people play in the management of this, because hunting and trapping is the primary tool that we use to manage wildlife populations in this state, including wolves. So Aaron did a considerable amount of work to help us understand who in the hunting public is actually involved in the harvest and how frequently that happens, and the proportion of hunting tags that result, people with a hunting tag in their pocket that result in a harvested wolf being 1/3 of 1% compared to a trapper who has a tag in their pocket being maybe 1/4%, a quarter of them, 25% of them being successful. When John presented the data on 153 people harvested one wolf, one of the other things that we understood is many of those folks, as John said, that harvest one wolf do so opportunistically in conjunction with other field activities that they have, whether that's a deer hunt or an elk hunt, and just happenstance. We looked at those folks and we looked forward and backwards in time of those hunters who opportunistically harvested a wolf, and few of them did before and few of them do again. Those people who opportunistically harvest a wolf, it is absolutely happenstance. There's not a rhyme or reason. It's that the time and the place and the opportunity presents itself. But because there are so many of those folks out there, the ability to respond opportunistically, you see that it's, 100 some wolves are taken incidentally to other activities. However, when you look at the people who harvest more than one in any given year, that is a very small number of people in this state. They tend to be the same people with the particular skills and wherewithal to stick with it. And they are more than likely a trapper than a hunter who harvest more than one wolf in a year. And they are likely to do that more years than not if they stick to it. So I think that's important that we understand that as well. The last, appreciate John's summation of what appears to be a declining trend in livestock complaints and confirmed and probable losses. Want to make sure we reiterate at this point that is a minimum estimate of livestock losses. That does not pretend in any way to reflect all the livestock that are lost in this state to wolves, as many of those depredations go undetected for a period of time that you could never determine what the cause of death was. So even though as an index, that trend looks good, that could also be influenced by folks who just stop reporting their losses because they're frustrated with the inability to do anything about it. But as hard as we are working with livestock producers and wildlife services, I would like to think that decreasing trend in reports and actual confirmation and probable losses is an indication that the focus this commission is putting on with hunters and anglers, with hunters and trappers and our partners, focusing in areas with demonstrated livestock conflict and demonstrated elk populations below objective is making a difference. In fact, as a result of the incentivization to harvest wolves in areas with high conflict, last year in those units that when John showed the map, blue, I believe, is livestock and yellow is elk, or do I have those backwards? Anyway, wolf harvest in the units with chronic livestock depredation was increased by 48% last year. And I think that is related to a reduction in livestock complaints and losses. At least without the ability to increase overall harvest, we did demonstrate the ability to move that harvest because very few people actually contribute to that harvest. If you incentivize them to be one place, they are not in another place. So they did move to areas where we had livestock conflict occurring in high numbers, and we were able to increase wolf harvest in those areas. So there is a lot going on. This is very active science-based management. I just wanted to give my appreciation to all the staff that spends time hanging and retrieving wolf cameras and data cards from those, the hours of work that go into analyzing those pictures and preparing that population estimate. It is what we do, and I think we do it very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The context, Director. John, is there anything further? All right. Sure, Dave.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, John. Thanks for the great presentation. A lot of work went into it, but I noticed, and I'm in Region 1, where you had the largest harvest up until this year. And the two areas of focus are livestock depredation and being under quota. And I know there's an effort to get a quota, but Unit 1 doesn't have those quotas yet. So that's my concern in representing Region 1, is that we get our quotas. And I know there's a massive effort going on to do that right now, but I think that's important for us to know.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, understand, and just for clarification, you're talking about a population target and range for the Panhandle.
Right.
For elk, and I appreciate that. We have, using the best information available, included some of those Region 1 units based on our assessment that they are underperforming some of those herds, and that we can pin predation as being an influence. So even though we don't have an elk population target, we have included them in units that are suffering predation and trying to provide additional harvest in those units. But I do hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
John, thank you very much. Holly Misaki, wildlife staff biologist, will present moose, mountain goat, bighorn sheep preview for season setting. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you. Good morning. So yeah, I'm going to be providing an update on moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats, and then do a preview of our preliminary proposals for the upcoming moose, sheep, and goat season setting. Whoops. That wasn't me. Okay, looks like we're ready. So I'm going to start with moose today. Give you a brief update on the moose research projects that we've had going on for the last several years. And I also wanted to mention, we continue to make efforts to develop a population estimate techniques using cameras in the state. Our initial efforts in the winter didn't pan out so well for us. So we're looking now at using summer camera estimates, and they look like there's more potential to do that, particularly up here in the northern part of the state. So we continue those efforts. I don't have numbers yet, but we're hoping that those could work out in the future. So for the moose research, we have a student, Eric Van Beek, you see his name there, working on this project. He's done a great job so far, and he let me use some of his slides just to give you guys a brief overview of what we've been doing. So these are the 4 main research questions we're trying to address with the current project. We're looking at vital rates and population trends in Idaho. Vital rates, by that we mean survival, of adults, calves, pregnancy rates, twinning rates, things like that. We want to see how those rates vary across the state in a diversity of habitats and locations. We want to determine which vital rates are most important to population trends. So what affects increases, decreases the most. And we also are trying to determine which vital rates we should really be trying to address to improve the situation for moose populations in the state. So this slide, you'll see the map on the right and on the left table that shows how many animals we've collared since 2020 and the locations of those animals across the state. You see we have multiple study areas in North Idaho, the Clearwater region, regions 4, 5, 6, and 7. I thought you'd be interested in this slide. This shows cause-specific mortality information that we have to date. As you'll see on the right, the cause-specific mortality of adult females, there's a lot more going on there, a lot more variation, more causes of mortality that we've detected. You'll see that a lot of those deal with parasites and pathogens. So the parasites would be the carotid artery worm, winter ticks, and the echinococcus down there in the green. And then, bacterial infections, which has been pretty interesting to see. And then some accidents, vehicle collisions round out that table. Now, where we saw something else interesting is our cause-specific mortality of 9 to 12-month-old calves. So that's the winter calves. This is after they've survived the summer. They're coming in, this time of year into the winter. We didn't have a really large sample size here, but you can see, the majority of the mortality is caused by winter ticks. And these are the primary cause only that's listed. Some of them have multiple things going on. But the winter ticks, we see wolf predation come into the picture in the winter for these calves, and also some vehicle strikes and, these bacterial infections. So, looking at this, while adult female mortality is very important in determining the trajectory of population growth or decline, that's been pretty stable over the years at a pretty decent level. So where we're seeing the most variation, we think, is in the 9 to 12-month-old moose calves. So this winter, we're ramping up capture efforts, increase our sample size, and really try to tease out what's going on in different parts of the state in that age class of mortality. So this is a slide that shows moose applications. I'll just point out that for 2022, 83% of the 6,690 applicants were residents. You can see a general increase over time in applicants across the state. And this is tag numbers in the blue and harvest in the yellow. You'll notice we don't have 2022 harvest data yet. We have moose hunts open until the 24th. So we are still gathering that data. And we spend a lot of time making sure that data is as good as we can get it. Calling non-reporters, people who we don't know if they didn't harvest or we just don't have their report. A lot of work goes into this to make that data as good as possible, because really for some populations, that's almost the only data we have. It's a really important part of management for us. So you'll see the 10-year average is about 76% success, and which is really pretty good over the years. So these are preliminary proposals, and I want to make sure I emphasize that this is really just what's on our radar right now. We don't have harvest data, which will be really important, from 2022. When we start looking at these, we're still pulling together all the information that we have, including from officers, others in the field. So this is what we're thinking about. You'll see our final proposals, later when we go into actual season setting and the public input process. So in the Panhandle region, we're looking at antlered moose tags in Unit 1. We're evaluating hunts that seem to be trending downward in success, antler size, the metrics that we are using to evaluate how those populations and those hunts are going.
So we're 2022 data will obviously be really important for that proposal process in Unit 1. I mean, in the Panhandle region, Unit 1. So in the Clearwater, we're also evaluating the same types of things in hunt areas 10.3, 10.4, 12.2, and 16. This reports of declining moose populations and harvest statistics as well. We don't have any hunts in the Southwest. So in the Magic Valley, we're considering hunt area boundary changes. And with those being able to increase tags by spreading out hunters to take advantage of moose populations within the hunt area that they're currently not doing. Like for instance, in 44 and 55, all the hunting effort is really going into one area. We think if we split them out, we can offer more opportunity by moving the hunter pressure and, you know, where they're hunting at. We're also evaluating the antlerless hunt in 54. We put that in because we were concerned about habitat changes from fire. Those areas are coming back really well, but we also realize there's potential opportunity there. In the Southeast region, we're looking at possible increases in tags, antlered moose tags in 66A, 70, 73, maybe 76 and some others. We're taking into account all the information we have there. We were able to get some observation data during aerial surveys last year that really gave us an idea of some numbers that we have to possibly add these tags back in. And in the Upper Snake in Hunt Area 63A, it's the same thing. We're worried about declining harvest statistics and reports of declining moose numbers in that specific area. And same with salmon. So possible tag reductions in hunt areas 29 and 36A and antlered moose tags, sorry. So for the bighorn sheep update, yes. I said my name.
Before you move away from moose,
Mhm.
the chart that you put up that showed specific mortality cause for 9 to 12-month-old and adult females. Very interesting indeed. But would you speak for a minute on the mortality rate associated with that? It's one thing to know what they're dying from, but you made a comment about the rate of female mortality can be very important in population trajectory. So what is your guess at the rate of adult female mortality or survival, whichever one you want to talk about, relative to this 9 to 12-month-old calf rate? Are they where you would want them to be?
Mr. Chairman, Director Shriver. So what we're seeing with the adult females is survival rates that are basically about 85% and higher. So that's comparable to other places, other adult female survival rates. And at that rate, we're not seeing that necessarily cause population declines. Like that's a pretty good adult female survival. What I said about it being important in determining trajectory is if you see decreases in adult female survival, you can see that impacting your population growth pretty rapidly. And they don't even have to be that big. So if we went from, this 85% and better down to something like 70%, that could really start turning your population trajectory, the population growth downward into like a declining population. So adult female survival is very important. The information we have so far looks like it's pretty stable and at a good level, something we're okay with. There could be some variability in there, which would impact things annually, but right now that looks pretty good. For the winter calves, so these are calves that have survived the summer. So you've endured some amount of mortality over the course of the summer, from neonates particularly, through that first 6 months, 6 to 9 months. Then we see these survival rates bouncing around, around 30% to 60%. They're really variable. And so it's kind of like mule deer. You have what would be most important in determining population growth being adult female survival. But because it's stable, where you start seeing the variability is these changes in the recruitment. So the survival of calves. And that's where we think we're seeing this impact to population growth is a lack of recruitment. And so far it looks like, you know, predation and this winter tick infestation are the, you know, points that we're really starting to shine out to us as something we should be evaluating. But we didn't have a very big sample size. I think you can see in this graph, you know, we only had 17 of these winter calves kind of scattered around, just trying to get a preliminary idea of if this was an important part of the population we should look at. Because it does look that way, that's where we're seeing the variability in survival rates and the lack of recruitment probably impacting population growth. You know, now we're looking at increasing that sample size to about 60 this year, scattered out in the various populations. So we can really start trying to tease out why we're not recruiting calves into the population. And another part that we're evaluating right now to the research is if there's something we can do to affect winter tick abundance on the landscape, you know, where they are most likely to be based on habitat characteristics. And if we could do something to decrease the number of ticks we have on the landscape that are infecting the moose and causing these kind of late season die-offs. And they're probably impacting other, you know, parts of their health too. You know, when you think about these poor cows, these adults, you know, so they've nursed a calf all summer, they're pregnant, they have a huge tick infestation, which really depletes their resources while they're pregnant, you know, then they start all over again, you know, coming in pretty rough condition to having a calf, nursing the calf, you know, and then a lot of these calves aren't making it into recruitment and they're dying right at the very end. So after they've spent all those resources nursing them, caring for them, and then we lose them right at the end of the winter. So we're really, yeah, trying to tease this apart and seeing where we can start managing to try to improve this situation. Yes, 8 that died out of the 17. Yeah. Yep. Yes. And then 18 out of the 148 scattered over the 2 years. Were there any other questions about the moose? Okay, so I've been talking to you guys a lot about bighorn sheep over this year in the last meetings. So I just wanted to give you a real brief update on where we are in the action plan that I presented in July. We are currently doing ground captures. We have pretty successful ground capture operation going on in the salmon region right now. And we've been working on the lower salmon out of Riggins as well. We were hoping to go out this week and we just found out the river iced up. So we just got kiboshed on any more of that effort this winter, but we still have more that we're working on in salmon throughout this month. And then helicopter captures are going to start in December for right before Christmas. We have a 10-day window there. We're not exactly sure which days we're going to be working. That captures planned for the southern part of the state, so the California sheep and possibly the South Beaverhead. And then we'll finish up in the first 2 weeks of March. And all told, we're planning on putting out 225 bighorn sheep collars this winter. It's a lot. Pretty excited about it. So here we have applications for Rocky Mountain sheep. 46% of the 3,014 applications were residents. Oops. And you can see a pretty steady increase over time in applications for Rocky Mountains. For success rates, once again, blue is tags, yellow is harvest. 10-year average is about 62%. I will say the data we have so far, and like I said before, we're still working on it. We are looking at about 75% success this year. So numbers look pretty good. And I don't know, some of you I'm sure get some of these pictures too, but we had some really nice rams taken this year in the state, Rocky Mountain sheep. For the California sheep, once again, we have the resident applications and the total applications. 54% of the 709 applicants were residents. And the 10-year harvest success rate for California sheep is about 78%. This year, it looks like preliminary data suggests we're around 71% success rate for 2022. Preliminary proposals, what's on our radar right now, what we're looking at. In the Clearwater, we're looking at an increase of tags in unit 11. That's where I talked to you about where we've done the test and remove effort. Francis's work, she's here in the room. The research, and we're getting that older age class of rams finally coming into the population. So they look pretty good right now. We're evaluating in the Southwest, we're evaluating changes to hunt area boundaries and season lengths in units 41 and 42. Basically, when we increased tags more than a decade ago, we tried to spread out hunters by splitting up the area and then maybe even the season length. Now with a reduction of tags, we think we can combine areas and lengthen the whole season. So hopefully people have more opportunity to actually be successful in those areas. We're not proposing any changes in McCall, the Magic Valley, or the Upper Snake. And in salmon, we had some really good survey data this last winter. We think we can increase tag numbers in hunt areas 21, 28-1 based on that survey. And we're also looking at combining hunt areas 36 and 27-4 to hopefully improve some success rates, to give people some more opportunity in those hunt areas. For the mountain goats, we currently don't have any projects. We have some things on our radar that we would like to find resources and funding for, including collaring animals to get better habitat use information. We have some population, well, specifically the Unit 67 goats that don't seem to be doing very well as of the last few years that we're pretty interested in. And we also have some projects in the work that we'd like to educate folks more on. And as you're aware, we're also going to be moving forward with the mandatory gender identification training for next season setting. Once again, the steady increase of applicants over time. Of these, 78% of the 1,079 applicants are resident for mountain goats. The harvest 10-year average is 84%. It's remained high for quite a while, actually. And preliminary data looks like we're right about 83% for 2022. It would be similar to 2021. Preliminary proposals, no changes in the Panhandle, Clearwater, Southwest, or McCall. We are looking at increases in tag numbers in hunt area 50, and that's co-managed by the Magic Valley and the Upper Snake. That's why it's in both places. We had a good survey there this year. We're getting good reports about goat numbers there. Hunt area 67, it's been on a steady decline for about 5 years now. We're quite concerned about that. We don't think we have enough goats there to offer a hunt anymore. But on the bright side, we have the opportunity, we believe, to offer a new hunt in Unit 61. It's an area that we would be co-managing with Montana. It's a population that's fairly new but growing recently. And we're pretty excited about collaborating with them and offering some new opportunity in the Upper Snake region. And for salmon, we don't have any changes currently on our radar for them. And that concludes my update. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions
Mr. Chairman, if I could, Holly, just one quick question. You talked about the test and remove that has been pretty successful in Unit 11. Are you expanding that program across the state and trying to use that method as well in other places?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, yes, that was part of the action plan. We're working in other portions of your region in that lower Panther Main salmon stretch out of North Fork. We've been in our second year of capture there and testing. We're looking at some new populations where we're getting our initial round of health data to see where we stand, like in the South Beaverhead. And we're also working on it in the lower salmon as well, outside of Riggins. So yeah, it's definitely something we're trying to implement on a broader scale in the state.
Mr. Chairman, Holly, that's pretty exciting news on the sheep aspect and that you rolled out to us in July to hear of 225. It's really kind of neat to see wild sheep aspect of volunteers, and helping put that out. So pretty neat stuff happening with our moose, sheep, and goat, and look forward to our results that come throughout the oncoming years. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Director.
Thanks, Holly, for a great presentation. Good stuff going on. I had spent a few, maybe more than my normal dose of trips in Hell's Canyon this year, noticing very high from my historic time in Hell's Canyon, very high lamb to ewe ratios. And I see Francis in the room. How are those holding up?
Would you like, Mr. Chairman, Director, would you like to hear from Francis?
I would like to hear from somebody. I haven't been back since maybe late August, but I think on both sides of the river, I was seeing 9 lambs for every 10 ewes. It was remarkable to me, and I just wanted to know if that's holding up.
Thank you, Director Shriver. We are planning to do our annual survey in, I guess, next week or the week after, right after Thanksgiving. We'll do 2 surveys. We have a mark site so we can get a population estimate as well as confidence interval. So we'll know more then, but from what we can tell, just from, being out on the river, things still are looking good.
Couched in science as usual.
I was just gonna say they're awesome. Yeah, so. Yeah, they look great. And back in the days when you would go down the river and see no lambs versus what you see now, it's pretty incredible.
Holly, and Francis, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch now. And in order to facilitate some winter traveling by some folks who have to go a pretty far piece tonight, I'm going to ask that we abbreviate lunch from noon, which we're just at, to 12:30 rather than a full hour. Bring the meeting back to order. Hopefully folks were able to get some lunch. Got some important topics coming up. Joe Kosovska, thank you. And report about contemporary concerns regarding catch and release mortality in Idaho fisheries. Good subject, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Sheaver, good afternoon, and thanks for allowing me to speak on this topic.
Hey, Joe, I just want you to turn around for a minute and notice that you are the Maytag repairman. The room was full until the fish topic came up. Just say it.
Terrible. Wildlife represented pretty well this morning, and then they don't show up for mine, so they're gonna hear about it. Is that in the top thing go away, Connor? I guess it's not a big deal. Escape, right? So we've had some sort of hot button issues come up over the last year that we're continuing to hear about from anglers. And so this presentation is for information only and for hopefully to have provide you some information to sort of deal with those conversations. And I've been instructed to move along in the interest of plane flights. So to start this talk, I sort of wanted to offer this sort of broad perspective on mortality rates that we see in some of our species and some of our fisheries in Idaho. And this is about the farthest ends of the spectrum you could represent. So a sturgeon population may have 3 to 5% total mortality. And if you plot just like a theoretical population, 1,000 individuals, you apply that mortality rate, they gradually decline over time, but it still takes 45 years for there to be less than 10 individuals. Whereas a crappie population, it's not uncommon to have 60 or 70% total mortality and less than 10 individuals in just 5 years, maybe 6 years. So longevity is, obviously much reduced in some of these warm water populations. Our trout, smallmouth bass, some are more important resident sport fishes. They're somewhere in the middle. Trout generally, riverine trouts generally in the range of 30 to 50% total mortality. And I'll come back to that here quickly. So mortality sources can be broken down in natural with predation, disease, floods, fire, whereas fishing related is generally or traditionally has been primarily harvest oriented. But more recently, people are concerned about the levels of fishing related mortality in these catch and release fisheries. So I'm going to talk mostly about that for the rest of the talk. So I'm going to John Rochelle, when he was just talking about wolves here, I think was the perfect sort of lead into our talk. He said he had 33% mortality. And that was totally compensatory. So there was no decline in the population level with 33% mortality. So going back to my sturgeon example, we have 5% total mortality. If we added any fishing mortality with sturgeon, it's likely to cause the population to decline. With crappie, we generally have in some of our larger fisheries like 33%, 35%. Angler mortality of crappie populations. Even though we have that, we can increase fishing mortality there and not drive those populations down. So they're very resilient to changes in sort of fishing mortality, whether that's catch and release or harvest. Okay, so you all are very familiar with how we adjust fishing mortality, limits, seasonal closures, area closures, slot limits, and as we've said, catch and release regulations have been used more frequently over time. They of course assume that the majority of fish survive the incident and are released and have the ability to be caught again or reproduce or so forth. Most of the time in our regulations, they're mandated. However, now a lot of anglers, voluntary practice catch and release a large amount of the time. Origins of catch and release were in England in like the 1850s. It moved to the United States in sort of about 1940. Lee Wolf has that famous comment there. And in 1950s and 1960s, it became fairly prevalent or increasingly used in the US. There are a lot of different aspects of catch and release that have been studied, and this is, I'm being Mr. Obvious here somewhat, but almost every one of these sort of facets of catch and release has been studied with a scientific study. So the fish's condition before it is hooked can affect survival. The hook type, whether it's a J hook, a circle hook, whether it's barbed or barbless, whether or not it contains bait, where the fish is actually hooked, whether it's in the gills, the esophagus, the gut, or just in the jaw. Fight time can affect the amount of stress and the probability of mortality. Whether or not various aspects of how it's landed. And these all can cause sort of either near-term mortality or long-term mortality, and then sublethal effects. So it could cause stress, reduced growth, displacement, and interrupt spawning migrations or other sorts of migrations. I'm going to go back to hook type. So in most hook and gear type, in most catch and release fisheries using artificial flies or lures, the mortality rate associated with that is less than 5%. And barbed versus barbless, there's very little difference. It's only about 0.3% difference between the two. The use of bait does increase fishing related mortality. One of the better studies that was done by one of our retired researchers shows an average of about 16% when bait is used in stream trout fisheries. Okay, with catch and release fisheries, there's a lot of widely varying viewpoints, and quite often that creates conflict. We as biologists, are most often concerned about population status. We manage at the population level. We worry about anglers being displaced, maybe potentially lost amounts of yield. We wonder if catch and release regulations are absolutely necessary. And I say job security kind of tongue in cheek because we are very, very commonly pushed to study whether or not these regulations are necessary or whether or not they are meaningful and whether or not they actually need to be increased across the state. Specialized anglers are generally supportive. They're quite often vocal. They're very focused on the individual fish that they catch and less concerned about the population level effect. Quite often it's quasi-religious to them that they practice this ritual, and they're very passionate about it, to say the least. Casual anglers are usually less supportive. They're worried about the lost opportunity, and they're sort of susceptible to violating rules when they are unsure whether or not they can harvest fish. And then more recently, sort of the animal welfarist perspective has started to come into catch and release fisheries and how they are viewed. They're worried about individuals and sort of pain and suffering associated with catch and release fisheries. They're worried about sublethal concerns, and there's some sort of, I would say, both in policy and in the scientific literature, we're seeing more and more of this sort of animal welfarist philosophy in catch and release fisheries science, and it's somewhat concerning. Catch and release regulations in Idaho, we use them on native cutthroat, bull trout, white sturgeon, and many of our high profile fisheries in basically every region in the state, at least seasonally. Idaho Fish and Game, we of course recommend various safe handling practices. And I don't want to come off as anti-safe fish handling through the rest of this talk. We recommend these things. We don't make them regulations or rule. With one exception, there's actually two exceptions, but the big exception, we have administrative IDAPA rules for sturgeon requiring barbless hooks, lighter dropper test, and sliding swivels. We also promote catch and release fisheries and sort of this practice through our state record program. This program's only been in place for a couple of years, but it draws a lot of attention, just unbelievable amounts. Tens of thousands of people see these posts when we put them out there on our social media. Okay, and the crux of my talk is sort of these three hot topics, and I'm going to go through each of them sort of individually, offer a review of the science and some conclusions on what they mean to populations and individuals. So the first one is air exposure, the second is hoot owl, and the third one is summer sturgeon mortality. First one, I guess I want you to look at the first four words there behind the three. And it says airtime is bad, you know, that's their, so holding a fish out of water, according to these authors is bad. And they're basing that perception off of this study. It's called Ferguson and Tufts. I think it was 91 or 92. And all of those red lines are sort of the summary of that study. So if you don't hold, this study said, if you don't hold a fish out of the water, they survive at 88%. If you hold it out for 30 seconds, it drops to 62. If you hold it out for a minute, it drops to 28. So those are pretty alarming numbers when you see that. And so this is that exact same information from the study. And I'm going to show you a little bit about how they performed that study and basically make the argument that this really doesn't apply to recreational fisheries. So they used hatchery rainbow trout. They surgically cannulated them. And I had to look up that term. I had never heard that before. So they performed a surgery and they inserted a soft plastic tube in their dorsal aorta. After they did that, it was a 5 to 10 minute survey. They actually placed them in a black tube for 2 days. They had water flowing through the tube. After they, in theory, recovered, they took them out and put them in a circular tank. They then chased them around with a stick for 10 minutes to sort of act like the fight time. Like you hook a fish and you fight it for 10 minutes was their example there. They pulled it out, they sampled blood once. They then looked at air exposure. So 0 air exposure, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Blood sampled again, took more blood samples, and then they threw them back in the black tubes and watched how many of them died over time. And then honestly, I'm not making this fun of the study because to look at some of those blood parameters in a hatchery environment, sure, it was harsh, but the authors in their conclusion of this study purposely said, do not apply this to wild fisheries. It has nothing to do with wild fisheries. It's greatly inflated mortality rates. But despite that, that information, that's sort of that article that I showed you right up front, that information is repeated all the time. Yeah, I could have shown you 6 or 7 different articles. It's made it into the popular sort of fishing media and it's talked about all the time. So when we saw this, our research staff and some staff from the University of Idaho conducted a bunch of field studies to look at how anglers behave when you don't know that they're being watched. So they were covertly watched with binoculars. Guys were hiding up in the hills, watched them, hit a stopwatch when they hooked a fish. And they recorded fight time. And fight time for several trout fisheries and for trout in the South Fork Snake River was less than a minute. For steelhead, it was less than 2 minutes. So 20% of sort of the study design that they used in that study. And then they looked at air exposure. So after the fish is landed, how long do people put it out of the air to look at it, admire it, maybe snap a photo before it gets back into the water? So again, you see vastly different treatments in the scientific literature, sometimes even up to many minutes to see whether or not fish die in these scientific studies. But in the real world, anglers only expose fish for less than 30 seconds almost all of the time. So from these 2 observations, we then performed subsequent studies to look at if you do these real world practices, how many of fish really survive air exposure and how many of them go on to produce. So additional studies, 3 trout species, hatchery steelhead, and also Yellowstone cutthroat, all performed in the wild using realistic numbers. There's no difference in survival up to 1 minute of air exposure. And basically no anglers or very few anglers keep fish out 30 seconds even. So air exposure is not a real deal for recreational fisheries in Idaho based on this information. Furthermore, air exposure of up to 1 minute did not produce the fish's ability to produce offspring, either fingerlings or well, it was fingerlings in both cases. We looked at that in steelhead and also in Yellowstone cutthroat. And the authors, I have them all listed there. There's many people in our agency, mostly in our resident research program and also at the University of Idaho in the Quist lab. Okay, so some conclusions quickly. Air exposure regulations have been adopted in some states. We would say misadopted. These regulations, at least for Western salmonids, are not scientifically based. Air exposures are rarely more than 30 seconds. There's no survival difference up to 60 seconds of air exposure. It's widely repeated. It sort of shames people who admire a fish out of the water and take a picture of it. And it kind of gets ugly. People post a picture of a fish and you have other people shaming them for holding it out of the water when it has no biological meaning. So we think that's not great. And it also wrongly stresses that fishing is more harmful than it truly is. Okay, I'm going to move on to hoot owl. Have you all heard the hoot owl term? The root of it is, so owls hooted in the morning. Loggers working the morning shift who were required to stop chainsawing in the afternoons for fire danger. They said they were working the hoot owl shift. When this regulation practice came on in Montana, they deemed it hoot owl fishing regulations. And Montana was the first to sort of implement it in the US, and they closed fisheries from 2 p.m. to midnight. And they actually have varying closures depending on the species present in their rivers. So if it exceeds 73 degrees, they close it for non-native trout. So introduced trout, browns and rainbows, depending on the river. If it's over 66, they close it for cutthroat. If it's over 60, they close it for bull trout. And so they have revolving closures on many of their prominent fisheries throughout July and August. Other states followed suit. Oregon and California, Washington, Idaho, and Utah rarely, if ever, implement. Montana sort of implemented this before they conducted the scientific evaluation due to angler pressure. And I'm going to show you sort of that study here in a minute. It's also a good study. It's got some flaws, but I'm not here to really truly make fun of it or anything like that. Trout are temperature sensitive. I want to stress that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. We're not denying that. They do have reduced survival at higher temperatures, but we know, and I'm going to show you some information, that catch rates decline dramatically at higher temperatures. There's also a lot less fishing effort. So you have to sort of account for all of these facets, even though survival is reduced by a little bit. Okay, so this is a 1980 paper, and it's kind of a meaty graph, and I apologize for that. But it talks about CTM as critical thermal maxima. They acclimated trout at 10C and 20C. 10C is 50, 20 is 70. And they raised the temperature at 0.02 C per minute. So they basically slowly cooked these trout and figured out at what temperature do they lose their ability to keep themselves upright. And they're fairly high temperatures, like very surprising temperatures. And there's not that much difference between species, including some of the species that are supposedly very, very temperature tolerant. So that's 29C is about, well, it's 84 degrees Fahrenheit. And please remember this in context. They did a separate sort of trout cooking study, I'd call it, where they varied the temperature over a 6 degrees Celsius range, and they would move it up by 1 degree every 48 hours. And they looked at how trout sort of responded to that. And I should have thrown a graph in here. In many of our rivers, the temperature cycles maybe 6 degrees every day. It's just constantly cycling every day. So it gets very confusing to talk about temperatures if you're not talking about sort of the range, the maximum, the mean, the minimum. All of those things can affect how trout die. So they saw that trout sort of lost their ability to remain in an upright position when temperatures cycled between 80, which would be the max temperature, and the minimum temperature of 70. So again, these numbers are going to be quite a bit higher than I'm going to show you in some of the suggestions and studies here. Another aspect of temperature, this is a study in Michigan and Wisconsin. I just want to draw your eyes to this line. We have temperature here, and I put the Fahrenheit number here. This is the number of days, and this line is sort of how many days a trout can handle of these elevated temperatures and still show up at a site. So if it's 79 degrees, you walk it up to the line and then you cross it over here. So about 6 days at 79 degrees of maximum temperature, and trout start to struggle to exist at those sort of river locations. Whereas if it only hits a max temperature of 75 degrees, they can almost last a month. So say the whole month of July hits 75 degrees, they can still survive and exist and be sampled at those locations. So again, much higher than the numbers I'm going to show you. So the Montana study is called the Boyd study. They use volunteer anglers on the Smith and Gallatin rivers. They use daily maximum water temperature bins of 68 to 73, 70 and greater than 73. They looked at browns and rainbow trout. They hook and line them using these volunteer anglers, and they walked them over to these live cages, threw them in live cages. They had temperature graphs out in the river, so they knew all the temperatures, and they monitored for 72 hours. These are the results that they got of that study. Brown trout on the bottom graph, the highest mortality of individuals, not population, was only 5%. So brown trout, it's meaningless. I mean, it's total 5% is just meaningless of individuals. Rainbow trout on the Smith River, these were 8 and 9% mortality of individuals. That was actually 16% of individuals there in the Gallatin River. So Boyd fully admitted that estimation of the amount of mortality that would elicit a population level response was not their intention of the study. They were just trying to frame what mortality of individuals might look like. So I'm going to provide you a Silver Creek example on purpose. We probably hear more about hoot owl regulations from Silver Creek, and that's because the Nature Conservancy owns a large chunk of the fishable water there. And they actually implement a hoot owl, I'll call it an access closure. You can't fish their ground when maximum temperatures exceed this 73 degrees. Fishing, of course, is not closed, but if people can't get there, and that confuses anglers. We don't like that they do that. We've told them that, but it's their property and it's sort of their prerogative. They sort of tell us, yeah, we're going to do it anyways. So I'm going to try to just put a back of the napkin model of what those mortality rates that we just saw in the previous example would look like to a population in a reach of Silver Creek. Assume, and then we don't have to assume, when we've done tagging studies, the encounter rate of trout in Silver Creek is 5% in July and 5% in August. So 5% of the fish are caught in each of those months. Combine those, we've got a 10% encounter rate in July and August. We know the population is about 674 rainbows per kilometer. So 67 fish are caught in those 2 months in that specific reach of river. Then again, I said 16% was the high mortality rate. We just put a little buffer on that. 67 trout times 20% mortality equals 13 dead trout in that reach, equals a total of 2% of the population. So as I mentioned, July, August, when these temperatures increase, our catch rates go down and effort goes down. And so when we model that to a population scale, we see meaningless levels of fishing induced mortality. And that's why the department thus far has been fairly resistant to hoot owl type regulations. Another study that was completed by Kevin Meyer, who's out of our research staff, and others sort of looked at this in a different way, but sort of the same way. At less than 66 degrees Fahrenheit, they sampled in Yellowstone cutthroat trout streams. They caught 5.3 fish per hour. We know from a lot of previous studies, when these optimal temperatures are prevalent, that mortality on fly fishing is about 5%. So multiply that 5% times 5.3, you get 0.27 dead trout per hour. So compare that to elevated water temperatures, catch rate declines to about, I think that's 22% of that. You double the mortality, which is, it's higher. It's definitely higher at these elevated temperatures, but the loss of catch rate times the increased mortality rate due to this massive decline leads to less dead trout. So if anglers really want to kill less trout, you would stop fishing in June. And nobody wants to do that. That's, it's counterproductive. So that sort of ends the conversation usually when we say that. Okay, so conclusions for hoot owl. It has been adopted in some states. Temps are often much lower than meaningful, and I hope I showed you some examples of that. It's administratively cumbersome, and it uses a lot of staff resources to monitor temperatures and issue 3 different species groups and river systems all over portions of state, post that on the website, enforcement problems. It's a headache. It's a giant headache for no biological reason. Thus far, we have not seen substantial effects in Idaho. And I would say, obviously, we're concerned about stream warming, reduced flows, and those sorts of things. And so I'm going to say at this time, we have not seen population level effects in our trout fisheries. It's widely repeated in fishing media. We do hope to study this with other states and hopefully move the dial regionally and sort of the understanding of this from a biological perspective. And I would stress that habitat restoration and focus is important for maintaining cool temperatures. So that's sort of our perspective on that. To further stress why anglers are confused about this topic, this is in the literature and in fish handling recommendations even more than air exposure is. This is from Trout Unlimited. It says stop fishing at 68 degrees. There's basically none of the studies show that you should stop fishing at 68. 73 or way above 73 is sort of the biological, probably meaningful threshold. This one is Maine fly guys. So you got special interest groups now releasing recommendations when to stop fishing. We've had to have some pretty heated conversations with even Idaho trout groups on doing similar. This one says 67, and this one is on the Keeping Fishing Wet page. It says 61, you should stop fishing. So much lower than stressed in the literature. And there's many more examples that could have showed you that. Okay, so thus far, everything I've showed you, we believe that's all compensatory mortality. This one, we're a little bit more worried could be additive if it continues. And so I just want to put that out there. Sturgeon have been managed with catch and release regulations since 1971. There's high effort and catch in some locations. We have 2 what we call core populations in Idaho that they're good adult numbers, about 4,000 individuals each. They're self-sustaining at levels enough that they're even increasing in number. Those are very important. That's below Hell's Canyon, so the Snake and the Lower Salmon River, and below Bliss Dam, all the way into CJ Strike Reservoir. And I'm going to talk about below Bliss, the CJ. And this fish is caught right from where I'm going to be talking about the rest of this talk. It's the catch and release state record. That's 10 foot 4 inches. Okay, so I already mentioned there's about 4,000 adults in CJ Strike, and the plots that I'm showing here are temperature plots on the top they're pretty complicated plots, and I apologize for that. And dissolved oxygen plots here. So dark means good levels of temperature for sturgeon. You know, blue to green is good. Blue to green is good for oxygen. Red is almost no oxygen. Red is elevated temperature. This is the Snake River flowing into CJ Strike Reservoir. This is CJ Strike Dam. So you have deep reservoir levels here. And this area is where the majority of fishing effort occurs for sturgeon in the late summer. And it's sort of an odd situation. We don't understand why sturgeon, well, we understand why they leave the reservoir and they get rid of, they're leaving the low oxygen levels, they're creeping upstream, but they stop. They stop right in this 500, this river mile 500 to river mile 502 area, which is where Crane Falls and Cove Arm are. And they get squeezed by suboptimal temperatures and pretty bad oxygen levels. Despite that, they still feed. And you wouldn't expect them to do that. It really doesn't make a lot of sense, but somehow they're still doing that. There are some anglers that have learned that sturgeon concentrate in this area. Again, here's CJ Strike Dam. That's Rattlesnake Creek. In this last August, we had 1 week where 8 adults showed up and we're like, yeah, that's problematic. They're large adults, but we weren't overly concerned. The following week, we had another 12 plus adults show up, leading to 20 adult sturgeon that were 5 to 9 feet. Anglers were starting to become very concerned. Angler groups were sort of fighting back and forth. And we talked with the director about this. There was cause for concern because some of these fish are, 50, 60 years old. The director determined that this is was worthy of an emergency closure because we did not know how much mortality was going to occur in the coming weeks, especially with the predicted extremely high temperatures and poor oxygen levels that we saw coming. Luckily, as soon as we put the closure in place, which was August 26th through September 25th, we really didn't see a lot of mortality after the closure occurred. Whether or not that is circumstantial or whether or not that's because we reduced fishing effort or eliminated fishing effort there, we're not entirely sure. So, which I just said, mortality ceased after the closure. There was little public outcry from us closing it. I'm not sure how much you guys heard. We're not sure if this is a rare occurrence or if this is the new norm. Those temperatures and oxygen levels are likely to continue. And we don't know whether this is caused or exacerbated by catch and release angling. And it definitely has our radar pinged. And we'd like to study this in the coming year, thinking that there's a high probability or at least a medium probability that this is likely to occur. And so in overall summary, anglers, sort of the industry and other agencies are concerned about catch and release mortality. And that's because of noticed increases in fishing effort, whether or not that's, just suspected or it's real. We're not sure in all locations. There are some environmentally stressful conditions occurring in some of our waters. And I would say all these groups assume that mortality will increase, become additive, and populations will decline. In some cases that may be true, a lot of them, and it's not. Some science is being misapplied. I showed some examples of that. It's being broadly repeated, and we assume that U.S. commissioners will be hearing more of that. And obviously our staff, our agency, the fisheries management plan basically says we'll try not to restrict without biological need. And then we're very committed to sort of studying these facets to bring you information so you can make those decisions. And with that concludes my talk.
Could you, Mr. Chairman, could you talk to me about what you mean when you say additive?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert. So I think I'll use John's example when he showed the wolf information. So we always talk about either compensatory or additive. And it's a really hard concept to describe, but his information where you had 33% wolf mortality and the population rebounded and stayed stable is a perfect example of compensatory. Like they can compensate for that level of mortality. So crappie, again, could maybe take 50 or 60% harvest rate and compensate and remain stable. But there's always an inflection point. If you raise that mortality rate even higher, say you got to 70 or 80% for a crappie population, you tip it and it becomes additive and the population starts to decline. Does that answer? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Okay, thank you.
Hopefully you'll address the question we received last night about what are you thinking about A-run fish next year?
Yeah.
Or B-run
We'll talk
steelhead?
about that, yeah. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Shriver, appreciate the opportunity to give you guys an update on the fall anadromous fisheries. So get the talk pulled up here. So basically today I'm going to give you an update on the talk that Chris Sullivan gave you all at the July meeting up in Salmon, where he showed you the forecasted returns for our fall fisheries. And I'm going to give you the updated numbers on those relatively quickly, and then move into some of the data we use to base our decision and not to ask you all to restrict our A-run fishery this fall. Up and running. You can leave it. Oh, you can leave it on that second slide. That's fine. So just a reminder, you've been reminded of this multiple times, but since it's the first year of our new rule cycle, I'd like to continue to remind the commission that you all approved our fall anadromous fisheries in the fish rule cycle. We're currently in year one of our 22 through 2024 fisheries rules. So our fall Chinook, our coho, and our steelhead seasons are all outlined in those rules, and those were scoped and approved by the commission last year. So these graphs will be familiar to you. They're the same graphs we kind of always show you when we talk about forecasts and what we think is coming back, and we show you the kind of the long-term returns. And so this first one is the fall Chinook graph, and what you'll see on these, so when Chris Sullivan presented to you back in July, he had this as the last bar, the projected or forecasted 2022 returns for each species. And you can see that for fall Chinook, the 2022 forecast was 26,445 fish. The new bar that's been added to these graphs are the actual returns that we observed this year based on returns over Lower Granite Dam. And you can see that for fall Chinook, almost doubled the forecast, and that over 46,000 fish returned. And so again, I will circle back to what I presented to you this spring when we were setting spring summer Chinook seasons, and I showed you the stoplight charts, and I showed you the ocean conditions, and I showed you the favorable conditions that our anadromous fish are now facing in the ocean. And so in those scenarios, we tend to under forecast our returns, and we're seeing that for a lot of our fall returns too. And so more fish came back than we forecasted, which is a good thing. I'll also note that we caught over 4,000 fall Chinook in our sport fishery and harvested over 3,500. Those are both records for Idaho for our modern sport fisheries. Even though we've seen years where we've had higher returns, anglers are getting better at catching those fish. We now allow anglers to harvest both clipped and unclipped fall Chinook. And so we saw a record harvest in the fall of 2022.
Coho returns, coho are just now, these are fairly new fisheries. You can see that as of last week, we've only caught 200 coho. Coho, probably more so than any of our Pacific salmon species, are very, very environmentally driven in their return conditions. And so this year in particular, we saw a lot of our fish cross Bonneville and then just sort of disappear for about a month because we had those really warm, dry, late fall conditions, and coho are really kind of stimulated to rush upriver when things cool off and flows pick up. And so there was some concern amongst us that maybe those fish weren't going to even make it back to Idaho. They kind of were off the radar for so long. And then sure enough, we got those cooler temperatures, those higher flows, and those fish started rolling back up the system. And so they're late. They're coming in later than they typically do, but we're seeing lots of fish returning to Idaho now. And so it'll be interesting to see. This fishery runs till the end of the year. It'll be interesting to see what our catch rates end up looking like in that fishery and how much anglers will pursue those fish. And then the last one of these graphs that I'll show you is our steelhead returns. We went ahead and just combined, rather than show you a bunch of graphs of wild and hatchery steelhead. A lot of our steelhead data gets parsed out at the end of the season through our email and phone and mail surveys. And then we do a lot of genetics work to kind of parse out the number of hatchery and wild steelhead that came over. So for the purpose of today's talk, we just rolled all that up to show you that the forecast again was 51,000 total steelhead back, and we're sitting at almost 70,000 fish projected to come back. And some of that is real returns and some of that is projections, as we're kind of still getting steelhead that come back. We have steelhead that'll return to Idaho through the winter, and even some of those fish will even wait to come over the dams early spring. And so just a couple things I want to note here. Our wild returns are high enough that there's no concerns that we're going to butt up against any sort of impacts on wild fish this year in our hatchery harvest. I'm going to talk a little bit later about this kind of alternating cycle we're seeing in our steelhead. And I just wanted to point out on this graph that even it becomes very prominent when we talk about two ocean returns, but you can see some of that setting up in this total return estimate here as well. And so let's see, the only other one I wanted to touch on is the new steelhead regulation. So within our new book and our new regs that started this year, Joe DuPont, regional fish manager, put together a working group to kind of scope and come up with some ideas on how we might want to change our steelhead seasons in the Clearwater. Those went through public scoping after the work group developed them and were approved by the commission. And so essentially, to oversimplify it, we just moved this catch and release season that used to be here in late September and early October, moved that over into mid-October to early November, and allowed opportunity for earlier harvest in this late September to early October window, then have our catch and release season later in the year, and then open up again to harvest in early November. And so this was the intent of this was to provide earlier harvest opportunity above Memorial Bridge. We get a lot of fish that are destined to go up the Snake that poke their nose into the Clearwater. There's some harvest opportunity on those fish earlier in the year. There's also creating harvest opportunity under normal conditions when our coho come back when they're supposed to come back. You have more opportunity for steelhead, fall snook, and coho harvest all at the same time in the lower river. And then to provide later catch and release opportunity to those anglers, our fly fishermen and our anglers that like to catch and release at lower water levels, easier for them to wade in the river. And some of those larger Clearwater returns are more dispersed in the river in this window. And then we are providing what's essentially a second opener, which occurred, I guess, late last week and into the weekend. We're kind of right in the early phases of that now. Early reports from the region is that they think these changes are popular and they're hearing lots of good things from anglers. Took some people by surprise that don't really pay attention to these things and go out to do what they've always done and then realize that, you know, there's a catch and release season now later than there was. But for the most part, by and large, anglers seem to enjoy these rule changes. And so I'm going to jump into quickly how we the data that we used to determine that we did need to restrict our A-run harvest. But I guess before I do that, as I move away from the current harvest and the fall fisheries, are there any questions from the commission related to those topics? Okay, not seeing any, I will jump forward. I've got quite a few graphs, or not quite a few, but some detailed graphs in this section. And in the interest of getting folks out of here and traveling, I'm going to move through these relatively quickly. So I'll just quickly note that this data set, so these are A run returns. And so I hesitate to start using the terms A and B because that gets confusing, but just note that the A run stocks in Idaho are those fish predominantly returning to the Snake and Salmon rivers, and they're mostly made up of one ocean fish. And so those are considered A run stocks. They're younger, they're typically smaller, and they return predominantly to the Snake and the Salmon rivers. And then returns to the Clearwater River are predominantly what we call B run stocks. They're mostly made up of two ocean fish, and they're bigger fish. But within the A run and the B run, there's components of one oceans that return in the Bs, and there's components of two oceans that return in the As. And so what you're seeing here is the overall A run return, the sawtooth, Pacimmeroy, and oxbow stocks going back to 2012. The reason we go back to 2012 is that is when we first fully implemented our parental-based tagging program. So using genetics from hatchery parent fish to identify their offspring when they come back to Lower Granite Dam. And so that was first fully implemented in 2012. And so back to that point, we have really specific and good data that assigns stocks to fish coming over granite. And so that's where this data set goes back to. You'll see that our first restricted rule started in 2017. I'll show those to you here in a minute, but you can see that the A run in turn as a whole kind of really started dropping off. Then we went through this trough, really kind of driven by those poor ocean conditions of the late 2010s. And then we're starting to slowly climb out of that. But a couple things going on when you look at, we first implemented a rule change in 2017. Well, we're not all that different in our returns this year as a whole. And so why then did we not choose to ask the commission to restrict harvest in 2022? Can you go back a slide for me, Ben? And so there's a few things going on here. The first I want to point out is I mentioned earlier that within a given return year, even though these are A run stocks, you have proportions of those fish that are two ocean and proportions of them that are one ocean. And this particular year, our A run is really small. That dark line represents, our one ocean component is really small. That dark line bar represents the one ocean component. The lighter line represents the two ocean component. And so the return this year of A run stocks is predominantly made up of fish that spent 2 years in the ocean. That means a couple things to us from a management perspective. It means that the fish will be more skewed towards females. We see that in our A return, in our two ocean returns. A higher percentage of those fish will be females, and they're bigger fish. So there's more eggs per female. And so it requires fewer fish to return to the hatchery for us to meet our egg goals, because each female that does return tends to have on average more eggs. And so we had that working for us as an initial look at this, and knew that because of that, we needed fewer fish to return to the hatchery to get our egg take goals, that we had a little more leeway there to be, to allow more harvest. And then the bigger one that we wanted to look at is now we've got 10 years with this genetics data going back to Lower Granite Dam, where we can look at what impact a 3 fish bag limit, a 2 fish bag limit, or a 1 fish bag limit had on our conversion rates of fish from Lower Granite Dam back to our hatchery traps. And so that's the big piece for us. Once a fish makes it to Lower Granite, they're in the home stretch, right? They've gone all the way out to the ocean, they've grown, they've matured, they've come back, they've made it to granite. All they've got left to do is swim back to their terminal areas in Idaho. And so our conversions from Lower Granite back to our hatchery traps are really, really high. The biggest reason a fish may not make it from granite to its trap is that it's harvested by an angler. We have some fish that'll stray, we have some fish that'll spawn below weirs, we have some pre-spawn mortality, but all of those are really low. The biggest driver taking fish out of the system between granite and a hatchery trap is harvest. And so interestingly enough, when we take those 5 years where we have the genetics data and we have a 3 fish limit on our A run stocks, we see this really interesting pattern in our conversion rates from Lower Granite Dam to the hatchery traps. And this is for our oxbow fish returning to the Hells Canyon trap in Hells Canyon, and for our Pacimmeroy and sawtooth fish that are returning to the Upper Salmon River to those trapping facilities. And so when I saw this, I took this data and I started overlaying it on top of our overall A run returns, our proportion of 1 ocean and 2 ocean fish in our A run returns, and nothing really seemed to explain it. And we really couldn't figure out what was going on and why we were seeing this 10% swing in conversion rates across these years until we overlaid this with 2 ocean returns to the Clearwater River, interesting enough. And when you do that, there's this really strong relationship between conversions of A-run fish and the snake and the salmon to 2 ocean fish returning to the Clearwater, which on the surface may not make a whole lot of sense, but we think the driver there is that when you get these big returns to the Clearwater River, because most of your A-run harvest is occurring in the lower salmon and the lower snake, you're just getting a lot more of those anglers that would be fishing in the snake and in the salmon going to fish for these bigger prized B-run fish in the Clearwater. So much so that on big return years to the Clearwater, we're seeing higher conversion rates of our A-run fish in the snake and the salmon. And so when we extend this out and we look at Clearwater B returns across the remainder of the years, you'll see we continue to see this every other year cycle. I'll touch on that here in a minute. But when we throw on our special regulations on top of that, you can see that this is what our conversions look like. And the waters get a little muddied here because now we've introduced the variable of bag restrictions on top of this kind of already unique cycle. But what's interesting is this relationship for these 5 years is so strong that when you plot those against each other, it's almost a perfect line to predict what your conversion will be based on your B returns to the Clearwater. So that you can then use that relationship to predict what your conversion would have been in these years absent of the regulation change. And in doing that, if we throw another line on there, you can see that for these years, they almost predict exactly what it was. So that shows you that the model has a very strong relationship. And then you can see what conversion would have been expected to be had we not changed regulations in this year. And interestingly enough, I use colors to kind of color code these. Yellow is a 2 fish bag limit, so that's partially restricted. Red is a 1 fish bag limit, so that was the most restricted. And then you'll recall last year we did a 1 fish in the fall and then bumped that up to a 2 fish in the spring. So it was a little bit of a hybrid regulation for 2021. And so interestingly enough, it's about a 8% decrease in conversion or increase in conversion when we did the 2 fish limit, about a 20% increase in conversion for the years that we did the 1 fish limit, and then about a 16% when we did this hybrid approach. And this model's got some noise associated with it. We had some special regulations associated with Clearwater fisheries in some of these low return years that could impact kind of angler distribution. But all that being said, it points to the fact that we had another big return of bees to the Clearwater this year, and absent of a restriction, we anticipate that about 45% of our A-run fish are going to convert this year. And so I know there's a lot there and it's kind of complicated, but I just wanted to kind of point out to the commission that we are using data-driven, science-based decisions now to kind of determine if we're going to ask you to restrict fisheries, and we're not looking to restrict harvest opportunity among our anglers when we've got data to kind of help drive those decisions now. And as this data set grows and these relationships grow and we get more data associated with this, time will tell if we indeed see this 45% conversion this year. But that was the driver behind why we didn't ask you to restrict the A-run returns or on the A-run stocks, even though we're not seeing a huge return this year. And so hopefully that provides you a little bit of background on that decision. The last piece I'll talk about, and I can speak to, I guess, the A-run component that came up in last night's public comments, but this every other year cycle that we're seeing in our steelhead returns, and I'm showing you it in the B returns to the Clearwater because it's the most prominent, but we're seeing it in our A's. It's opposite of this in the A's. So the A years are large, the A returns are large in years when the B returns are low, and vice versa. And so we're seeing it across our steelhead returns. It's setting up to continue. Our A-run returns to the Clearwater this year are really low, indicating that next year we're probably going to see a pretty significant drop in our B returns to the Clearwater. This is not an Idaho specific problem. We're seeing it across the Columbia Basin and across the Northwest. And so that's indicating that it's an ocean driven problem. There's some speculation as to what's driving that, and a lot of different folks are interested in that right now. And so in regard to our A returns, because A returns were low this year, and looking at this cycle, we anticipate that the A returns next year, the one ocean component of the A returns will once again be elevated next year, kind of keeping with this cycle. We won't have our forecasts available until this winter, and so we don't know right now what the forecasts look like, but we'll have a better idea at the January meeting what those look like. And so a lot of information there. I went through it relatively quickly in the interest of wrapping up and getting folks on the road, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Information, John. And thanks for doing such a great job with the graphing and so I see a lot with my eyes that I can't pick up with my ears sometimes. Appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna set the 23 commission calendar, so pull out your calendars and let's see, let me grab mine. And some of our meetings are more or less set. We've don't believe December we have a standing meeting, right? There's not a prescribed meeting December, so I'm totally open. Was that first week? The way we've done this in the past, does the chair or anyone make a recommendation for the?
You have some proposals, Mary?
Yes, under tab number 15, we have, you'll find this sheet of the highlighted.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
January. Well, Mr. Chair, I would make a recommendation that we do January 25th and 26th.
Yeah, yeah, thanks. Yes. Yeah, I'd made a note when I was back at home. I've got a long-standing appointment on the 26th would be in Boise. Same.
25th, 26th.
Yeah.
Office calendar there.
Okay. That should work. And then we push on. Yeah. Push on to March 15th, 16th recommended. Let's see. It works with me. How about?
January and March are in Boise. Yeah, that would come here.
Yes, they are.
Very good. No, yeah. And these are physical and we will assign a location. Okay.
I would like to volunteer for R4 to have Region 4 to have the meeting in May. Or suggest it or whatever. Or demand it. Look at it. Ed's freaking out over there.
Do you
Which one of
date,
those two sets?
date preference?
Okay,
10th and 11th.
that sounds good. July.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend that we do the July meeting in Coeur d'Alene.
CDA. Okay with everybody? Yeah.
Yeah.
26, 27.
Of July.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of options. Let's see, conference dates. Conference dates in September.
We don't have a proposed meeting for September, not till November. Right?
That's right.
You're saying at this point, we need to
Pick November.
pick November. Okay. All right, we've got two suggestions, 8, 9, or 15, 16. And a location. Any takers?
Mr. Chairman, if you guys, you know, I kind of like the fishing here in November. And you know, it's also buck season, so I'm trying to decide 8th and 9th or 15 and 16. I guess either one works. Earlier is probably better for buck hunting.
So will 8 and 9 be in the catch and release window or in the catch and keep window?
I think it'd be. Be catching release.
Yeah, after the 10th.
All right, let's go with what we did this year, if that's all right.
You want to go with DuPont again too? Should we put that down?
Well, whoever's gonna catch fish, that's who I want to go with.
So 15, 16.
Yeah.
15th and 16th. Okay. Mary, what two dates did we have for May?
Where are you?
Okay.
Down. Where are we going?
Yeah, I just had
You're wrong.
reversed it.
On the.
It's in the middle of Measure Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Jerome,
10,
what date, dates, 26th, 27th of.
Now, do we know
no,
of any
10th or 11th.
from the legislature, any expected meetings?
Weeks before they get from Valley, and then we will have confirmation for the commissioner. So probably that week.
The Sportsman's Caucus.
We would try to schedule it. Yeah.
And then implement weekly calls the following, we've done it on Thursday.
Thursdays, 100.
After the January meeting. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if this is possible though, but so just telling me. I was thinking about a commissioner retreat to Stonebreaker. Sometime like maybe in August. Is that at all possible?
Out of selfish necessity, I would maybe say earlier.
When? June?
Maybe June. This is the first time as a commissioner where I'm looking at the calendar where I will no longer be here.
Oh.
So I've never experienced that before.
That didn't even cross my mind.
Then this agenda item and the next one, so it's a little strange, but that's why I say a little bit selfish, but
That's selfish.
it's gotta work.
We'd like to do that with you.
So I think logistically, from the department's perspective and our ability to host that, it is. Just again, it's not a retreat if the commission is in a quorum. It is a meeting where other folks are invited to attend, but I think that we could look at a week, probably later in June, in hopes that the runway is dry enough to land a plane on, those kind of things. But it's easier to set a few days apart. Travel in, meet a day, travel out, meet 2 days. There's certainly things that will be pertinent for the commission to discuss. I believe that the last time we did this, because it is in a place that would be difficult, but not impossible for the public to attend a meeting of the commission that is noticed as a public meeting. That we kind of agree house rules when we go back there that we're not going to make any decisions. That's a chance for the commission to discuss, work through things of mutual interest to the commission. But because it is difficult for the public to attend there, you're not going to make any decisions. You reserve those for your regularly scheduled meetings. But staff would be happy to support that opportunity. So where is this? Stone Ridge.
Have the week of the 26th.
Wilderness, yeah.
That's for some drawing out.
Yeah, week of the 26th. Try to leave that open.
Sure.
Okay. June 26th.
Sometime that week.
Dates TBA, okay. Good suggestion. Commissioner, thanks. Have we accomplished that agenda item, Mary? Are there other dates that we?
We will need to pick a date probably for the April call for
Mhm.
the waterfowl for third season, but I think we need to pick that date. At a later time, maybe I want to maybe a first legislative conference call.
Yeah, that seems to work in the past. Yeah. Sure. Okay. I'm going to declare victory over the calendar at this point. Okay. Now we need to appoint a commission representative to WAFA. It's an action item. Do we have any nomination?
Mr. Chairman, I would nominate that Derek, Commissioner Atterbury, continue through the rest of his tenure on the commission.
I do appreciate that, but in talking with the director, Commissioner Davies, maybe it would work best that we nominate somebody else to serve in that capacity so that they are on board to serve through the entire year. And I would act still as a liaison, but more transition and still attend the winter and summer meeting with that individual. So I'll still be part of it, but we'll actually have somebody in place ready to move forward and carry that baton.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that's be so pretentious since it was my idea that's a very wise idea. It is conceivable that with Commissioner Atterbury's term ending on June 30th, it is conceivable that the governor would have the opportunity to name his replacement on the commission prior to the summer WAFWA meeting. So I think it is important that the commission have a designee to WAFWA for the year, but I think with Derek's willingness to shepherd them through and make introductions and just kind of show them the ropes at the winter meeting. And then if there's opportunity and Derek is still actively participating until he is replaced at the July meeting, that transition, that double fill could continue. There is no limit on the number of commissioners that can attend WAFWA. So I think that's magnanimous of Derek, actually.
On point for the entire year and Derek acting as a transition. That's great. Good recommendation. So back to nomination.
I'll just throw this out there. I talked with Derek about it and maybe others are interested. I certainly wouldn't want to jump in front of anybody. So if there's interest, please speak up. Otherwise, I would be willing to do it.
I'll nominate Don.
Okay, we have a nomination. That from Mr. Cameron?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, pardon me. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Passes. Thanks for stepping up. And as Director Shriver reminded us, there's not a confined number. Look at the agenda as the winter meeting of Waffle comes up. And if there's areas of interest, particularly from your region, I highly recommend you think about attending. There's a lot of exchange at the Waffle meetings. I used to go for years and years when I was BLM. And anymore with the kind of issues that are occurring in the New West, it's really important. I think the commissioners from especially neighboring states have a chance to saddle up and talk and discuss policies that are formulating in their states and be as united as possible where it makes sense for Idaho. Yeah. Offset by 6. Okay, thank you. With the director's report and the commissioner's report, and for timeliness, I'll turn to Director Shriver for his director's report. Commissioners have one another's reports in their notebook. I know I've gone through my colleagues. I encourage you all to do that. We can dispense with that agenda item. Director Shriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief, but I am compelled to cover just a couple of things and always at the risk of slighting staff for skipping what they have in the director's report and focusing on a couple of things. First, just let you all know how sorry I was to not be able to attend the trip to Alberta with some of you commissioners to review the investments that Idaho makes in waterfowl habitat in Alberta to the benefit of Idaho waterfowl hunters. I understand you all had a great trip and the hospitality extended to you from DU Canada was exceptional. That was a long time in the making, had been postponed numerous times because of COVID, but very happy that offer continued to stand from DU Canada and that those of you that went were able to go. Really appreciate that. In the Bureau of Administration report there, of course, it's all great information. There is a note that in moving into the new Nampa regional office, the power line building became surplus to the needs of the agency, and we looked to dispose of that. The Division of Administration goes through with the sale of administrative sites. We had $1 million bid that we accepted for that piece of property that ended up falling through. The bidder was unable to keep up their end of the bargain and what to do about that. So we actually went back out, asked admin to go through a new bidding process. Happy to report that just recently they accepted a bid for $1,220,000 for that piece of property. So I think that was Nampa Valley Transit who was the successful bidder. And I think that's all lined up to go through, and we'll move to remove that piece of surplus property and then reinvest those funds in positive outcomes for hunters and anglers. In the Bureau of Communications, I referenced this earlier in earlier comments, but if you haven't yet, I think you probably all have received an email link to view a set of videos that the body of them continues to grow, but they're titled "The State of Deer and Elk," and it's what we know about deer and elk put into short vignettes by department staff. I think they're very well done. I I think they're very informative. They're easy to understand. It's a, not being coy here, it's a little bit of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood in explaining some very technical things that department staff do in order to understand what goes on with our deer and elk populations in the state. The objective, my objective for asking staff to do this is as we move towards spring season setting for big game regulations, is to allow the public the opportunity to at least, if they choose to go here, to understand things that the current status of where we are and how we estimate this rather than relying on barbershop or coffee shop talk about how Fish and Game does or doesn't do business. So if you haven't seen those yet, I encourage you to look at those. The Bureau of Engineering report just continues to get longer and longer and longer, Clint, with more projects that they are undergoing. With the new dedicated budget to deferred maintenance, we're being more strategic in the work that we're asking the Engineering Bureau to do. And as evidence number one of those kind of projects, one only needs to walk out to the yard here at the Lewiston office and notice that it no longer looks like a junkyard sale with just the pieces left that nobody wanted to buy at auction scattered about in a gravel parking lot. But a very nice facility improvement for the equipment that licensed buyers purchase on behalf of the department to do our business. But great, safe place to keep equipment, some of it very costly. These things are going on across the state. And the last thing I would point to in the Bureau of Fisheries report, we spent a lot of time on wildlife today, no slight intended. But to just point your attention to the sockeye return was very good this year, and the highest number of fish returning to our recovery program in its history. So, you know, there's fits and starts here. You go backwards to go forward, but persistence does pay off, and conservation of these critters and all the critters is a long-term investment. And it's all is not lost in the years when we struggle with abundance. So, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot more in here. I encourage, and I know the commissioners will go home. Oh, with the last thing in the fisheries report, we have been seeing walleye show up in a few more places in the state. It's a bit troubling to us as fisheries professionals to understand how a successful walleye introduction, even though illegally, really has the ability to absolutely upset the ecology of what we currently have and turn it into something unknown. Whether that would be good or bad is hard to tell. But we did report to you previously that department staff actually caught a walleye in Cascade, and the forensic work that went on with that walleye. So we collected the ear bone out of the walleye and sent it to a lab, and it indicates that that fish was 4 years old, and it was actually introduced into Cascade as a 2-year-old fish. So it had lived 2 years in Cascade. Further analysis is ongoing on the part of that otolith that grew before that fish was put into Cascade. And the microchemistry of that otolith will provide some indication on where that fish was before it came to Cascade. So a little forensics will hopefully fill in that blank. I don't know if that information exists subsequent to this report, Joe, if you know or not, but interesting that we'll try to find the smoking gun of where that walleye came from. And that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Director Shriver. Excuse me, planning for next meeting. That's Wednesday and Thursday, as we just went through January 25, 26 in Boise. So at this point, we just needed to have the dates set aside and okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to go into executive session. Do we have a motion to go into that?
We know the right.
Yeah.
Kathleen got it to me. We're on it. I move the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code, section 7.